sit down, please.
Yeah. Life treating you well?
Good.
Good.
Few more things you need to know.
Yeah.
Okay, good morning. Let's call this meeting of the Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority of July 22nd, 2018 to order. Before we start, I'd like to remind people that if you do wish to speak, we'd ask you to fill out a green card. If you are interested in several people and designating one as the speaker, we have a different form that we'd like you to fill out. You can, we have names of everybody who you're taking time to you. And that would allow you to speak for up to 10 minutes. I would note that our CEO, Mr. Brad Miller, is not here today. He is having a medical procedure, and he expects to be back to work on July 30th. So with that, would you rise for a moment of silence? Commissioner Welch, would you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty for all.
Thank you. First item on the agenda is public comment. We have several people that would like to make a comment. The first one is Lon Phillips. Subject is bus on weekends. Good morning. Please.
Hello, my name is Phillips, and our buses on the weekend do not run early enough or late enough to really serve the people, or often enough. There are no connecting routes. When you get up in the morning, you got to get the first bus, wait 55 minutes for the next bus over, and then walk. I had to walk 2 miles to get to my destination after I got off the bus because there were no south running bus routes. And I say that that's just a token route on the weekend. Nobody can work on the weekends because there are no buses running where that you can get to work on time. Anybody has to work any Saturday, they have to go and have somebody take them to work. And us peasants don't deserve bus service on the weekend. Your bus service on the weekend is only a token route because you say, well, we've got bus service on the weekends, but it doesn't really fill the bill. Nobody uses it on the weekends because there are no way to get home. You get out to your day, there's no time to do anything, and then get on another bus and go back home. So I'm saying we need, you say you need more money. Well, if you want to run the bus, the tracks, tax for tracks, you got to have municipal bonds to where the community wants the tax for tracks instead of our pockets. Back when I was a kid, we paid 4% state tax. Now we're paying 7%, and we're not getting near the service that we should. The more money we give to the government, and they trickle it back to us, it hurts the economy because the money has to be out in the private sector to build the private sector. And we're not working on the private sector at all because we're paying too much in taxes. They pay 10% or 9% state tax and municipal taxes and things like that. The economy ain't that good.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Phillips, we have a quick question for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Which route did you take? Which
I
route?
took 19 down, the first bus down, and then I had a 55-minute layover, until the first bus, 74, going to Indian Rocks Shopping Center. And then, when I got off that bus, I had to walk 2 miles to church.
That was the 2 miles.
I did that for years. Finally,
Just so I understand, the 2 miles was after 74.
after I got off the 74, I had to walk 2 miles south because there was routes between, because you're running them every hour, and there's no way that a person that doesn't have legs, if I didn't have good, strong legs, I wouldn't even be able to go to my church.
Thank you, I just wanted to
Yeah,
Thank you.
74 and 19.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate your comments. The next public card is Ms. Rutherford, and Ms. Rutherford has a total of 6 minutes. Rutherford.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Rutherford. I'm here to speak about the unjust termination of my husband, Harold Raymond Rutherford. My husband was terminated simply because he took time off to take care of his elderly and sick mother. Because someone in management illegally recorded his grievance, I was able to listen to how ill-prepared management and Tampa Bay Area Workers Union were. Interest was for each other and not my husband. The lies, accusations that were directed to my husband were disgusting enough. When the union reps, Oki O'Hara and Shahada Thomas, did absolutely nothing to defend Harold, beyond disgust. It was bad enough when management did nothing to defend my husband, but when the union, or lack thereof, did nothing to represent Harold, I was stunned. I could not comprehend how a union that's supposed to represent union members and prepared to represent them did not. PSTA should be ashamed of themselves, not for doing their jobs thoroughly. And I say that because my husband did nothing wrong. He took all this direction from Miss Sangita Land, and there was any confusion, it was on her part. I witnessed the many calls to Miss Land, and to think PSTA could arbitrarily terminate someone is just mind-boggling to me. In the years that I have known Harold, he has never had a disciplinary problem from any job he has ever worked at, including PSTA. This termination, politics within PSTA, and instead of managing and sorting out the clear and obvious facts, they joined together and gave Harold the short end of the deal. Guess what, PSTA? This will not go away. And PSTA will pay a hefty price, both financially and in the community. You cannot unjustly and illegally terminate and not expect suffering the consequences. Thank you.
You got a question, Mr. Chair?
If there's just a question as to something she presented, this is both a subject of union grievance and arbitration. There's also a criminal complaint that is pending, so it's really not appropriate for us to get in.
I just got one question I want to ask legal. Is this an employee that's an actual, or is it one that fall up under the umbrella of the union? Other ones do.
Union member?
I'm trying to figure out, because it's two of them, am I correct? Two, I asked Mr. Is it, I'm just trying to figure out which is it?
If you would use the mic, please, James, and identify yourself.
Good morning, James Bradford, Chief Operating Officer. Yes, sir, to answer your question, he is a collective bargaining employee as a bus operator.
Okay.
And I believe also a member of the Tampa Bay Area Transit Workers Union as well.
Okay, but they have some employees who fall up under the CBA rules.
Yes, we have two unions, but and it's at will, so employees are necessarily belong officially to a union. So there are some employees that do not officially belong to Tampa Bay Area Transit Workers Union. That's correct.
No. What I'm saying is there's some employees who are not union members, but they fall up under the guidance and rules of that,
Yes,
right?
sir, you are correct.
That's what I'm trying to figure out which one it is.
Yes,
That's
sir.
all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Can you clarify your comment, it was purely political?
There was no evidence. I mean, it was all, I mean, he has tried to get a hold of people, and when he went to contact, they basically terminated him. I mean, it was all within the company. Everybody's like hush-hush about it. Everybody's got each other's backs. It's his back when he did nothing wrong.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments.
That's a question, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Can I ask a question, please?
all right.
Just to Alan or our staff, just what is this and where does it go from here?
The only with regard to the grievance, there was a request for arbitration, and it's pending selection of an arbitrator, and then a setting of the arbitration date for the arbitrator to hear the evidence on the grievance.
And who presents PSTA's side of the case?
Well, I represent PSTA, and along with, in this case, it'd be Ms. Landon, Mr. Bird.
Any timetable on this?
Without knowing, elected the arbitrator and know what the arbitrator's availability is, it could be 3 months, it could be sooner, depending upon the arbitrator's availability.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is from Tony Candela. Good morning.
Good morning, Anthony Candela. I represent...
I'm sorry, 6 minutes because you do have another person that donated their time. Thank you. Go ahead.
It's Anthony Candela. Good morning. I represent Harold Rutherford. Grievance matter that Mr. Wells is asking about, and I also represent him in the legal process that we begin to work through here regarding a felony that occurred on PSTA property here on May 2015, where my client was illegally reported in one of these closed-door grievance meetings. I don't know how much the board has been briefed on this, but the matter is a matter that the sheriff has had to get involved with to begin an investigation. Mr. Rutherford is present. He is in the back of the room, if you could stand up. This is a face of the individual that was wrongfully terminated for using his FMLA. And the issue is going to work itself through the arbitration part of the collective bargaining agreement. To answer Mr. Newton's question, he does fall under the collective bargaining agreement that is between PSTA and the Tampa Bay Area Transit Workers Union. He is also a member of the union, but because of his decision not to use the union after the abomination, which was the step 1 hearing, he decided to retain my services to pursue what was going on. Just to bring, I guess, you up to speed, because I'm really not going to touch too much on the arbitration issue.
Sir, can you speak into the mic, please?
Sure. Not to speak too much into the arbitration issue, which I think that Mr. Rutherford will be able to prevail, because the records of this body strongly support the fact that he has been illegally terminated or wrongfully terminated under the CBA, and he is going to pursue his way through. During the study which occurred on May 13th, 2015, Mr. Rutherford, represented by the Tampa Bay Area Transit Workers Union, was not informed, actually, they had a Step 1 grievance. Mr. O'Hara contacted him on that day. Mr. Rutherford was up by his house. He was driving. He had to pull over to a parking lot and conduct the matter over a Bluetooth. So he wasn't even actually wasn't physically at the building. He wasn't here to do this. The meeting began, and no one informed my client that he was going to be recorded. I don't know if you've read Mr. Zimmer's memorandum on the issue, but he contacted me on June 29th by email, basically saying that he wanted to speak to my client. In there, it was just produce your client for this inquiry, which we declined because the PSTA had already spoken to my client, both during the grievance process and the day that he was terminated. My client appeared at the grievance matter. He did it over the phone. He was not informed of the matter being recorded, nor was his consent gathered. These meetings, according to your other counsel, David Miller, these grievance meetings are closed door, and they are not for general public consumption. Meaning that as this meeting is public, where everyone can just come in and watch, the grievance meetings that occur in step 1 and step 2 are private, and people just can't. So, continues, and the recording that you guys have right across the hall, you can pick up a copy of it, because PSTA retained it as a business record, basically begins halfway through the meeting. And my client is giving testimony to defend himself from the allegations that he had abused his FMLA, which, as I indicated earlier, is not the case. Halfway through the meeting is dismissed. He's basically said, "We're done. Thank you very much for your testimony." And he hangs up from the phone call thinking the meeting is over. The recording continues for another 20 minutes, in which management is having a good old time discussing his case and why they don't like Mr. Rutherford, to the point where they are questioning whether or not he is actually taking care of his sick mother. That is the recording. Very serendipitous that it was recorded, because it does not paint a very good picture of the grievance procedure. This then proceeded to a step 2, where this was all brought to Mr. Bradford's attention. A denial was issued, and the case is moved forward. The first that my client learned about the recording is when he was able to get a copy of the CD, which he thought he was only going to get a copy of essentially a voicemail. The voicemail of a phone call that he had made to Miss Land. Now, I received this memorandum from General Counsel. I didn't actually get a copy of it. We had to get it through a secondary source. My client is a victim of a felony on this property. Not something to make light of. I read this memorandum, and it completely spins the facts such that PSTA has done nothing wrong. Essentially saying that these are open-door meetings, that my client has no privacy, and that somehow my client needs to produce case law to make his case. Think about this. Somebody gets robbed in your parking lot out here, they need to produce case law to PSTA to support that they were robbed? It's absurd. So I read through the cases that General Counsel cited.
Candela, your 6 minutes are up. I'm sure that if you want to leave anything for the board, we can take that additional information. If you want to take 30 more seconds to wrap up.
Sure. Mr. Johnson, sure. What I will do then is I will make my memorandum that I'm available to the board. It specifically goes through the case law that Mr. Zimmett cites, which talks about expectation, but misses the point. The cases that you're citing to are things like jail inmates that don't have an expectation of privacy, or when you're detained and you're in the back of a cop car not having an expectation of privacy, or when you're the suspect of a criminal investigation and the police are questioning you not having an expectation of privacy. However, if you read 934.02, you have an expectation of privacy where you're in a closed-door room on a conversation and you are recorded. Okay. There is a crime that has occurred here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from a gentleman who asked to be addressed as Mr. Carl. He's addressed bus systems. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Carl Heisenbutler. That's why I asked to be referred to as Mr. Carl. Okay, for 10 years now, I've been riding the bus system here and for 10 years, I've been trying to improve the bus system here in Pinellas County. You guys hire, like, staffing agencies to provide surveys, but yet nothing has changed in the past 10 years. Matter of fact, you've done probably 3 surveys in 10 years, if not, because I've signed up to do them. My first point is that you need to add more buses late at night that commuters need. The 19, the 52, the 18. During the week, they only run up until like 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock. Some people have to get from St. Pete to Tarpon or Tarpon to St. Pete on the 19th. Some people need to go to Clearwater to St. Pete on the 52. Some people need to go to Clearwater to St. Pete. 18. I realize that Suncoast Trolley runs later. You guys cater to tourists down here. Ride the buses down here, provide more funds to Pinellas County bus system than all the commuter, tourists combined. Okay? People work, like the man said. Okay? You guys basically cater to tourists. Or people that work on the beach. But there are people that work here on the mainland. You add a 62 bus on Sunday. There are at least 5 to 10 churches on Belcher Road, up in Boot Ranch, maybe even more. I know what's on Belcher Road. There's at least 5 churches that are on Belcher Road. There's no service on the 62 on Sunday. Even if you provided 4 buses at 8 a.m. in the morning, so that people go to service, at 10 a.m. in the morning, so people go to 11 o'clock service, at 1 p.m. so people, or right before 1, so people can go to 1 o'clock service, and so that they can get shopping on Sundays on that route. Making buses connect better. Making the Clearwater Mall a connecting point instead of Hampton Road and 19 or whatever, because you can miss a bus by 2, you know, and if you got to get to work, like the man said, a bus by 2 minutes, you're late. Or making the bus drivers call another bus if you know that that bus is going to be close at the same time. Because a lot of bus drivers will or will not call the other bus based on the time points that you guys have. Making bus stops that are too close together and eliminating them. On US 19 by Harn Road, there's one right and one right after the light. Literally within like maybe 25 yards of each other. On the Alberton Road bus, the 59, there's a bus stop by 66th Street, and it's at least probably 500 yards. You got to walk to run and catch a bus, you know, or run to catch a bus. Those are too far apart.
Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Could you wrap up? 3 minutes are up, but try
Okay, that man took up over 12 minutes.
He had a,
yeah, but why does that even be discussed? That should be behind closed doors, like you said. Okay, I got 2 more points. The signs aren't marked legibly. They don't match the real time. The one on the beach has been scratched off on Pier 60. The time doesn't go. The time doesn't tell what time the bus is coming. If you want, you can create an algorithm, a math algebra problem, to make the buses connect better. I could even do it. You want to hire me and pay me to do it? Because for 10 years you haven't improved the bus system one bit. That's my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carl. Is there anybody else in the audience that can provide some public comment, even though you haven't prepared a green card?
Sure. Could he get a staff so they can look at some of that he brought up? Oh, he got it?
Mr. Could you meet with Mr. Carl to get a fuller understanding of the issues? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Carl. All right,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I do have a comment regarding the Rutherford issue, and I know we don't want to get into the specifics of the arbitration, but just two issues. Because the allegation of a felony is number one, and I think they left the room, but how did Mr. Rutherford find out about the recording if he wasn't aware of it? I wasn't clear on that, and I see counsel has walked out of the room. Perhaps he'll come back in if you can get him.
As I understand, he made a public records request, and it was a copy of the recording was provided by PSA staff. Public records request made.
Okay, but if you have no knowledge that a recording exists, why do you make a public records
Right.
request? Or was it just part of the?
I don't think it was specific for the recording. I think it was a general request for all public records, and I don't know the exact language,
Okay.
but was related to his grievance or his termination, and so PSTA, in responding to that general public records request, included the copy of the recording.
Okay. Thank you, Counsel. So, Mr. Candela?
Yes, sir.
Arbitration, I just have a procedural question for you. To find out that there was a recording.
At the time, he was represented by Miss April Murphy, who, before I got, he began to gather all the evidence for his Step 2 grievance. She made a public records request. When they produced the evidence to her, there was a CD. She began to listen to the CD thinking it was a voicemail, and it turned out to be this 45-minute recording.
Okay, that was my question for you. Thank you.
Bill?
My second question, Mr. Chairman. You know, we laid out last year when we went through the DHS issues some very clear for the board. That was making sure the board was informed of issues that were emerging. And I talked to Brad about this. I know he's out for health reasons today, but I found out about this when I saw it on Channel 10. He had set up a protocol where the board would be updated when there were emerging issues like this. I think it's important we stick to that protocol. The Friday emails were part of that. I see those have been restarted again, but it's important we stick by that protocol in my view. Second, the second lesson learned is when we have something that challenges us, that we face it in a transparent way and just not assume that we did the right thing. Before, we need to make sure we did handle this the right way. And so my question, Counselor, this is for my counselor. I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay.
Is it our practice to record these proceedings or not? I want to be clear on that. So I need an answer to that question.
Don't attend these grievance hearings. My understanding is that at least Mr. Bradford, in conducting the Step 2 grievance hearings, has relatively recently, started recording the grievance and attendance at.
Well, I guess as we move forward, and I don't know how this works with our regulations, but we need to have a standard practice and we need to adhere to it. And so however we, whether it's through committee or through Brad, I want us to get that standardized. So it's not a question of do we record meetings or not. It's there and everybody knows what the rules are. And those are the only questions I have at this point.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes, my question also is for Mr. Zimmett. I've been in various and sundry governmental occupations for a very long time. And my understanding as a senior manager person in a large governmental agency is when you work in a public agency, there is no expectation of privacy. And even told at one point, even the things that are in your drawer or in your wastebasket are a matter of public record. So I am somewhat surprised to hear several people make a reference to a private, behind closed doors meeting. I mean, isn't the expectation if you work in a public agency that regardless of where you are, there's no quote-unquote expectation of privacy?
But I'd be prepared to say that there's never an expectation of privacy meeting between that an employee is involved with, but the case law says that a grievance hearing, the participants do not have an expectation of privacy as it relates to the statute concerning recording of the meeting.
I thought that was correct, but I just again wanted to be that we were all on the same page with that. Thank you very much.
Are there other comments or questions from board members?
Well, just to follow up.
I did.
If it's
Commissioner
about,
Gerard did
I can
have-
wait.
so let me take Commissioner.
No, go ahead, take him, because mine doesn't have anything to do with the case.
All right.
Well, mine does. You know, we do need to get all on the same page, and that answer doesn't get me where I'm comfortable. And again, asking the question, is it our procedure to record every hearing? That's my question, not whether there's an expectation of privacy. Is it our procedure to record every hearing? Yes or no? If it's not, let's practice and get it documented so everybody knows what the rules of the game are. And I haven't heard that it has been our standard practice to do that.
And like I said, I don't attend those. There's many grievance hearings that never come to my attention because they don't proceed to arbitration. So that would be a question for
Where are the
Mr.
rules laid out for how those proceedings will happen? Where is that documented?
Isn't that at Park?
Commissioner Long, since Mr. Miller is today, and I think would be the appropriate person to answer that, can we, I hear you very clearly that you're asking for some direction. I don't see anybody from the board opposing that. Can we take that as an action?
Yeah, I just want to get that question answered.
And I hope that our minutes would reflect that question was asked.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard?
Well, I guess my question does relate to that in a little bit. I have to say this is the first time I've been at a board meeting when the executive was not here but didn't have a replacement. And I'm just wondering if this is something we do on a, I mean, I've not been here when Brad wasn't here before, but it seems to me if the board's trying to give direction, we should have a staff person sitting there taking notes or responding to questions. Surely Mr. Miller's not the only one that can respond to questions.
I think this is the first time that Mr. Miller has missed a meeting. Mr. Miller did appoint Mr. Bradford, interim CEO. I think he was out talking to the previous public comment person, and I will make sure that he gets that information.
I'd like him to be sitting there. That's
would
what
you
I'm
mind
saying.
coming up and joining us?
Sure, I'm going to finish up.
Representing.
I'll come later. I'll be right there.
I think that
I
can...
think we'd be,
Wait, please.
I think we need you up here instead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newton?
Question is,
Councilmember.
that's why I asked about which type of member this was, because, you know, since I've been up here, we have people come in and they get 6 minutes or 3 minutes and they discuss some things that went on, in, I guess, in their hearings, and unbeknownst to us, I don't know who said what, so I don't know if it's a thing of recordings to keep everything verified and straight, or is it, you know, I mean, because we're hearing things, when the allegations against our CEO, we hear allegations against staff, but there's no comeback, and I don't know how to respond. I'm just trying to make sure, and try to figure out what area this individual falls in, because from what I understand, the ones that aren't actual members or paid members or whatever, that fall up under the CBA guidelines, they don't actually get representation in a grievance. They just have people sitting in the room. That's my understanding. That's why I asked which type of individual he was. All that comes back to what's our procedure and how do we do this. So.
I'd like to speak on that a little bit. Everyone's entitled to representation, whether or not they're officially in the union. We do allow folks to bring other employees, for example, if they want to sit in. So we don't discourage that in the least. Everybody deserves a fair hearing. Anytime there's a dispute or an issue or a matter, we do try to do the best we can to make sure in the hearing is equal to everyone. Make sure everybody has an opportunity to present their case, his or her case, and get back in a timely fashion. As far as, you know, the recording of the grievances, something I started doing for my past maybe 20 grievances or so, step 2, to protect both the employee and myself, just things that can get lost. You know, this last thing was was recorded. It's not usual to happen in a step one, and I have spoken to staff to make sure we clarify when we do that, when we make kind of audio recording at that level. But usually it takes place at my level in a step two hearing.
Seeing no other hands raised. The next order of business is a presentation, and Ms. Borchers, are you going to introduce this?
Good morning. Morning. Let me just bring this up. Good morning. Cassandra Borchers, Chief Development Officer. I'm pleased to introduce the guest speaker today, Mr. Ed Tranchek. Many of you know him, former elected official, and a man who regularly brings big ideas to the Tampa Bay area. He's here today to talk about a private sector study looking into water ferry transport to serve the greater region. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tranchek to present his concept, and just let you know that staff has been talking to Mr. Tranchek, and we're very willing to work with him and his team.
Good morning, board members. It's a pleasure to see you all again. I know a number of you board members have heard this in one venue or another. We appreciate the strong support of the City Council. It's passed a resolution very strong in support of this, have strong support of the mayor, and I've had the pleasure to visit with a number of folks, and particularly appreciate the dialogue with Commissioner Long on this topic. And we'll take about 12 minutes or so to present as a really viable option for the future of transportation here. This is just another tool in the arsenal. Make sure I know how to do this. You know, a lot of places that have, but by the way, I'm here, my HMS Ferries, but I'm here as much in a private capacity and as a citizen, how water transportation can and provide a new tool. HMS and we are not working on any particular project in Pinellas, but just presenting this as something that you might be wanting to think about in the future. Places with bays use their water for moving people because the right-of-way is free, it's congestion-proof, and it's a really elegant way of getting around. Long talked about water transportation here. This got kick-started really earmarked by Hillsborough County in 2008 that Congressman Bill Rackus, Congressman Castor, and Nelson supported to start looking to use the waterways. Our MPO did 2 studies and basically found out that if there's one place that you could jumpstart this, it was between South County and McDill, because there's 8,000 McDill employees who live at the southern part of Hillsborough that travel all the way over the top of the bay, and this shows you the area of 1,000 people that would save a huge amount of time and money. They're taking 4 minutes to an hour to go around the top of the bay. The ferry runs 13 minutes. So the county and HMS Ferries and Southwell Development Group have entered in a public-private partnership to pursue this project. HMS is the Cadillac, only national water transit operator in the country. They do an incredible number of things. They have a huge platform, very commercial. They run the Maid of the Mist. They Animal Bay. They just know how to do these things. And they have come in and said, we think we can make the McDill to Tampa run operate on a profit. You're a transit agency. You understand that usually for every dollar you spent, you get 25 cents. About operating a transit service at a profit. That's turnkey. Boats that look like these, passenger ferries across the bay, 149 to 200 passengers, speeds over 25 knots, shallow draft. We got a lot of short, shallow water here. American-made. Those would be probably purpose-built for Tampa Bay and Florida waters. The issue for us has been the South County terminal, and we had the good fortune of receiving $5 million funds, we've got to go through the federal environmental process. But we think that will end up in this place called Little Blue Star down here. The county is in the lead of that NEPA process, and it's commenced, and hopefully by the end of the year, first of next, we'll have and we'll turn on the retro rockets. The McDill route's pretty straightforward, 13 minutes across the bay. Once they get there, they walk 157 feet to theme park style trams. It's full, it takes people around the base and comes back. So, heard about mode transfer problems here. There are no mode transfer problems. The boat, get off, go through security, get on the tram. As soon as the tram's filled, just like at Disney World and whatever, it pulls up, the next one comes in. No waits. So it's really an exceptional transit option. There'd also be evening and weekend service. Now, this is where it starts getting interesting for the Pinellas County side, because the boats get down at 5:45 at night. What can they do? Well, they can go between downtown Tampa, downtown Petersburg, and South Shore. This is a really big deal for St. Petersburg, because in the entire Tampa Bay area, 9 of the 10 fastest growing communities are located between the Alafia River and the Little Manatee River. It has 180,000 people. In 10 to 15 years, South County will have more people than the city of St. Petersburg. So it's the growth area, and to be able to tap into that growth area and connect to downtown Tampa, downtown St. Petersburg is a big deal, and that's why transit can be helpful. In downtown Tampa, it would come to someplace into the Channel Side area. We are working. The little red line is the streetcar, so it makes it really easy once you get in to get around. And in downtown St. Petersburg, we originally proposed that it come into the south part of the Vinoy Basin, which you can see here. And we are very gratified that the new St. Pete master plan calls for a ferry taxi dock right where it makes sense, because one of the unique aspects of a 200-passenger, there were like 4 of these, you could drop 800 people off at a time to go to a Rays game or event or beach drive, and it becomes a question of how do you get them from there to there, and a bus only carries about 40 people, a ferry carries 200 people. So it's a happy problem if we can get there. But we think this location is spectacular because people have a lot of destinations they might want to go to. And as you know, you've got the beach trolley and downtown circulator that works. A lot of community benefits. I won't go through these metrics. I want to get to your part, because this is background to talk about what's happened, and maybe talk about things that you take a look at. Essentially, it's a $25 million project. HMS has taken the first 5 years of operating risk. The only way they can avoid their first losses is to make a profit. And so they are betting literally millions of unsecured dollars that they can make this work profitably. So we're hoping position to kick off service on December 31st of 2018. Pretty cool New Year's celebration. One of the options that we are thinking that what's the next step, if you will, is to regularize or standardize evening and weekend service between the 2 cities in South County, and that will take a 4th boat. Regional map kind of shows you places where ferries could go. There is deep water and some existing facilities. Unlike a roadway or a bridge or a rail line, the boats can go wherever it makes sense for boats to go. You just reroute them, and you have congestion-proof options. I'm going to go a little bit into some of the details of the Pinellas County piece. I've cited some summary options, but I want to talk through these. Apart from the urban ecotourism component for Tampa, what I mean by that, if we could stand up boats running on weekends and between downtown Tampa, downtown St. Petersburg, and South County, it's a whole new tourism industry. Because people can come and stay in downtown Tampa, downtown St. Petersburg, never touch their car, go to Rays games, go to Lightning games, dine, etc. And that's the first piece. We think there's a potential very strong connection between downtown St. Petersburg and West Shore. It's a direct run. It's not as fast as you would like because you have to go through 2 bridges, but it's about 40 minutes. And we presented this idea to the St. Pete Chamber Committee that's working on transportation. was apologetic that it would take 40 minutes because you got to go through 2 bridges. And I had that one businessman say, Mr. Taranchuk, I'd take 40 minutes instead of being stuck on Howard Franklin Bridge and missing a plane, because you never know what you're going to get backed up to do. So it's a really potentially efficacious option to connect the West Shore business area, Tampa International Airport, to downtown St. Petersburg. The other interesting route is the intercoastal. There's some warts on this, if you will. The fact of the matter is you could use water taxi ferries or ferries to go from down to St. Pete Beach by some combination of inside or outside passage. We'd like to understand that a lot better. We present MPO, and we'd like to work with the MPO staff and the HART staff former HART director, PSTA staff, to understand how those pieces are. But I think our transit advocates can get this. The notion that you can have congestion movement up and along the Berry Islands that would stop at key locations that intersect with PSTA routes, incredibly exciting ways of connecting tourism and people to jobs and people to places they want to go. The very intriguing piece is this last one, which lines up with your BRT project from the beaches to downtown St. Petersburg. And it's got some attention on our side of the bay, the notion that if you could link the beaches to a BRT that runs from St. Petersburg to downtown, connect the ferries, it means essentially that people from all around the world that are used to getting around by things other than cars could use a combination of bus rapid transit and water taxis to get to all these different destinations. I mean, you literally could stay in downtown Ybor City and go to the beaches, or go from the beaches to downtown. Pretty exciting opportunities. And again, really low cost. I mean, it's not small, but I don't mean to scare anyone off about it. Largely $100 million you could stand up this system in terms of capital costs for a whole region. And that's less than the cost of one highway interchange or rebuilding US 19. So this is a really powerful opportunity. And I'm partly at fault because I was in your position in the 90s and did this. I think HMS has opened my eyes, and I'm here to share this perspective of we should use our waterways for regional mobility. And we have the good fortune that this company, who has never taken a profit risk like this in the country, is saying, we think Tampa Bay works. We should take advantage of what they can bring and take a look at those options. Many, many times, no other transportation option can do so much for so little, so fast, with so much private sector investment. That's so cool, and it's wow. People are thrilled about this idea. It captivates them. And we don't have to wait till we increase people's taxes to go do something. So this is, I think, an exciting opportunity. We present it here so you're aware of it, and hopefully we'll wind our way to the County Commission. I think I've now talked to all the county commissioners in one form. But we hope to be able to bring it to the County Commission. And we'd love to have these boards move forward and start working collaboratively with the Hillsborough County Commission to figure out how to make this a regional transportation asset. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time and opportunity. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tranchek. Questions, comments?
Thank you, Mr. Transit. It's good to see it again.
Good to see you, sir.
I didn't, from your map, I didn't see if you had anything, Tampa Airport.
Yes, sir. This downtown St. Petersburg would follow and go under the Courtney Campbell and could either come south of I-275 or go north of I-275. There's probably 3 different options for terminals there. We've not done any, we're at 20,000 feet on this. And you would have a circulator, just like getting to the Rays games or the beaches, you need a circulator. West Shore is working on a circulator. Hillsborough County is going to try its best to do another sales tax. A circulator is involved in that, but if you can't get by I-275, you can get into the back end of without any congestion, like on O'Brien or something. So it could be a really slick connection.
So the reason I asked that, Mr. LaCanta had presented to council again, he came over I think it was last month, and he's bringing, I mean, his routes, air routes have increased, I think, about almost 60% since he's taken over there. He's bringing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people right to this area. I know he's looking to go out, all the way out the West Shore area, but I didn't know if you guys had thought about, you know, maybe connecting there to try to help bring people over, because quite a few people getting up there too.
Yeah, we think it would take 3 to 4. You can run every 30 minutes during peak hours and every 40 minutes off-peak. Looks like the capital cost is, depending on the number of vessels, again, this is at 20,000 feet. It's in the 20 to 35 million. I've got no idea about the operating cost at this point or what subsidies it would take, but is that responsive?
Yeah, but I was just thinking outside of the box. He presented that, and I know we had I have a plan to do buses into the airport to bring people out and all, but they're also subject to the traffic and the bridges and everything else.
Well,
they don't have a congestion-free people across in a timely manner. This was also some of the things that I talked about in the workshop that we had about paid premium services, because people get what they want, you know, to be able to utilize these services as another transportation option to get from A to B.
Yes, sir.
And I think it's an excellent plan. I enjoyed it when I saw it the first time and the second time and now the third time. You mentioned that they operate most of the ferries in the U.S., I guess, in the country. They do the. I got on the one we were in Seattle for National League of Cities. My wife and I wrote the one from Seattle over to Bainbridge Island. Do you know?
Yeah, because in most private operators, they by the local jurisdiction, so you don't even know who they are. But HMS Ferries is based in Bainbridge Island, and they do run some there. Ferry operations is a combination, just like transit operations, a combination of private operation and public operation. On the public side, on the concession side, they run Alcatraz Island, they run Liberty, they run Maid of the Mist. Their sister company is also the largest dinner cruise operator. I think in San Francisco they serve 4,000 meals a night, tool around the bay. So they recover the rockets that go out into the water. They have a thing called the Stiletto out in Okinawa that delivers a full Marine battalion on high-speed boats anywhere within 2,200 miles. So they are the most experienced group there. That again, they've come here. The president of the company come here, and they think they can stand up the MacDill. The other pieces are not going to clearly be profitable. But the good part about the MacDill, and why it's so important to get the MacDill going, is that it's the cake.
Right.
You know, the icing is, you start adding all the other pieces at a pretty low interest because you've taken things like care of insurance and administrative overhead and ships engineers and all that on that milk run, if you will.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get transportation options, and even when we're looking at spending our plan, we're looking at getting people to the employment centers for people have to work at. And if you got 8,000 people making that commute, I mean, this is an easy one. But I have taken that ferry, my wife and I. So when we travel around National League, we don't rent cars. We use Uber, Lyft. We use taxis. We use light rail. We use and now I can say I've actually been on the ferry. We enjoyed it, and I was amazed by the way they had the cars and the other stuff go up onto it, and the people. Fair, it went over and back, and it was phenomenal. It was quick ride. I think it's a great idea.
If you could stand up this plan, you would have about 14 boats in the Bay Area. So think about events purposes. You could deliver 3,000 people an hour any place you wanted to. So you could recruit conventions, sporting events. You can tie downtown St. Petersburg to convention center. You can mobilize those events for island stuff. I wonder about this stuff, that this incredible flexibility that can match up extremely well with our tourism industry.
I'm very excited doing our buses with the express lanes that they want to run on the interstate shoulders. We can't do something through South St. Pete because of the right-of-ways and all that, but we're surrounded by water, so Go figure.
Commissioner Rice.
Chairman, I just wanted to note, hello, Mr. Tranchik. I just wanted to note that Mr. Tranchik gave this presentation to St. Pete City Council.
About a year.
Was it a year?
Yeah.
I was going to say a few months.
Still
but it was received very positively and voted unanimously to support this at a as yet undesignated area somewhere in the downtown St. Pete area. But it made sense to us that this was a great way to connect people to downtown St. Pete. And even looking further on down the road, you know, our PSTA's priorities is the St. Pete BRT line. And, you know, the idea that someone could leave Tampa by ferry, arrive in downtown St. Pete, and then take to the beaches sounded like a great way for people to get around Tampa Bay. So just wanted to thank you. It's good to see you here at PSTA.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board? Commissioner Wall?
Yes, and I echo everybody else's thoughts about this project. Remember that I actually am the person who asked for it to be on our PSTA. And Mr. Chair, I would like to know what the process is for us to take some action to support the concept, help be a part of the solution, moving people around in our Tampa Bay area.
I think that would be something that could be brought back at the next board meeting.
I would appreciate if we could maybe discuss it at the executive level and get some thoughts check about what next steps might be.
Happy. And I would like to engage the MPO, new executive director, in that discussion. He was in the last.
And we do have a joint meeting with them coming right up, so perhaps that might be something to put on the radar for discussion with them.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we could continue discussions and possibly work behind the scenes and bring that up to future committee meetings.
Thank you. You know you have a busy agenda, so thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
I think Commissioner Welch had a question.
I'll be brief. Good to see you again, Commissioner Tranchik. Good to see the progress since you presented at the St. Pete Museum of History. That was a year and a half ago, if not more. Just three quick questions. You are coming to the county commission because we haven't seen it yet.
Yes, sir. We'd like to.
What do you have an approximate fare in mind?
You know, I think that there's some notion. Which Ron? If you're meaning McDill.
Basically, the route county.
I don't know the answer to that. I think that there's so many different ways of approaching it. You may have a co-op program involved and stuff. And we looked at this at the high-speed rail. A ferry ticket is your ticket to discounts to a whole host of vendors. Okay. And it turns out the ticket costs you nothing because you may have sponsorship from like the TDCs or Convention and Visitors Bureaus to stand up the service. I think that's a real attractive. They basically say, yeah, we'll do this, and build a whole marketing campaign. They can use it as an innovative tool. They could actually make money off of it. Stand up the McDill piece, though. You could be talking about a round bucks, which would be really, really cheap. But it's so early to know those things.
And the Hillsborough County Commission, they've made an investment?
They have so far, and they'll need to continue to make an investment.
How much have they contributed?
Well, so far, $125,000 for the first piece. They're in at 20% match for the federal component. The federal grant application, the FTA, they pledged $9 million for that. We are having to go Hillsborough, and to what extent this project is or is not contingent upon Go Hillsborough, but the opinion of the Federal Transit Administration is it is not. So that's working its way through. But I think the funding formula would essentially be look something like, for the first piece, $5 million from the federal government, county intends on a matching basis. As you know, the state has a basic policy to provide a 50-50 non-federal match on capital and transit projects. The state made that commitment for Greenlight. They've done that down on the Broward Wave streetcar project, and the Secretary has indicated that. So, and then the county is planning to do that on a concession basis. They would spread their payments over a 15-year period, and so this project would be developed as a public-private partnership. My clients would design, develop, build, finance, and run the thing, and the county would just provide a stream of revenue payments that cover it. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments? Thank you very much, Mr. Tranchek. Our next agenda item is our non-board committees. The Transit Riders Advisory Committee, Chair Elaine Mann.
Good morning.
Chairman Johnson and distinguished board members, the Transit Riders Advisory Committee met on Tuesday, July 14th. The TRAC first addressed the change in bylaws that you'll find on your consent agenda today. This change is in regards to TRAC's attendance policy and incorporates an 80% attendance rule over a committee member's 2-year term. The change replaces the current maximum of missing 2 meetings under a year with the 80% attendance rule. Unanimously endorsed this bylaw change. Cassandra Borchers, PSTA Chief Development Officer, along with Bush, PSTA Planning Manager, and Bob Lasher, PSTA Affairs Officer, presented an overview of the Phase 1 route redesign currently being considered. Relying on the 2013 plan and further independent surveys, 6 routes are under review for elimination or alteration. Changes take into consideration the demographics served in these areas as well as travel dependence along the routes. Public information meetings are being conducted across the county with stakeholder groups to obtain their feedback. I'm pleased to say that the TRAC served the system very well this month by providing a forum for public feedback during the July meeting. We had 6 individuals request an opportunity to speak at the TRAC meeting this month. These individuals represented residents along various routes in Crystal Lakes Manor, a 55-plus community in the Lealman area, Think Direct, a business whose call center employees would benefit from more public transportation along Bryan, and the Pinellas Council for the Blind. Feedback for service to continue for those who are not easily able to access or afford alternative of transportation along these routes, and those who would no longer be able to reach their place of employment with removal of particular bus lines. Staff is working to determine if alternative forms of transportation can facilitate these riders. The TRAC appreciates the attendance of Mr. Miller, PSTA staff, and PSTA Board Chairman at the TRAC meetings. The July meeting served as a platform for information gathering from both the TRAC members and the public regarding long-term consequences of bus route changes. We invite you to join us at our TRAC meetings held right here at the PSTA conference room or via recorded session on the PSTA website. The next TRAC meeting will be held Tuesday, August 11th. Thank you.
Other questions for? Thank you very much. Please express our appreciation to the TRAC committee members. They are an active and enthusiastic group, and it's very valuable to have their participation.
Thank you, Chairman.
The next report is a report on the Melcher Planning Organization. I believe Commissioner Eggers will be in Mayor Bojalski's absence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, first of all, I would say that the big news of the day is the MPO welcomed the new Executive Director, Whit Blanton, in, and I know he's here in the audience. It's good to see you here. It was nice to have him there talking a little bit about unification of the approach that MPO has working alongside of the county to make sure that we're all kind of talking the same game. Same time talking a little bit about the regional approach, and so I think this is, listening to the presentation on the ferry service kind of fits. And I think on September 21st we're going to be having a board meeting to talk about a number of these issues, probably the 1,000, 20,000, 10,000 foot view, but to make sure that all of us in this county are working as one. So that was exciting to have him, and again, welcome. Been here working away months ahead of time, but officially beginning recently, so it's good to have him. MPO also approved an amendment to the St. Pete study that will assist the PSTA in designing a grid work system to replace the transit system or transit hub system at Williams Park. So that was also done. Had a lot of discussion about the regional priorities for inclusion in the FDOT program, which is the Tampa Bay Transportation Management Area Committee, talked about regional prioritizations. It's members from Pinellas County, from Pasco, Hillsborough, talking about a priority list. The good news is that 3 PSTA priorities, 11 regional priorities. So that was good. One of them being the box system and the BRT, Central Avenue BRT, and the Clearwater Beach to the airport BRT. I think that's a great format to have that regional discussion on, again, on transportation, which I think is really critical. So those are just some of the highlights.
Commissioner, are there questions for Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would like to ask if there were any conversations at your meeting with regard to expanding the thought process about, they call them STEP funds from the federal government that come down to the MPO, are used and possibly help fund our capital projects. Isn't that what we were talking about, Commissioner Welch? And we wrote that letter to the MPO.
Yes, but the timing was, I think, one, but long term, yes.
Yeah, I don't think there was any real discussion on that, except that I know that Brad and Whit have been talking a lot, and I think there'll probably be some of that discussion in September when we kind of get together, and I think that was the idea. Right? I don't want to call it a mini summit, but the idea is to kind of get sure that we're exploring all avenues of transit in the Tampa Bay area, which may be a little closer partnership.
That'd be great if we could add that to the agenda. And lastly, I just want to tell you how much I personally appreciate the fact that we're getting on the same page with our priorities, because that is certainly something that we decided would be a strength, that we use all of us working together to work with the legislature. So thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
Commissioner Newton?
Yes, I have a question about the, now that the city of St. Pete self-funded their cameras on the Pinellas Trail, which is another transportation option with bikes and tourists and fitness and whatnot. Is there any more discussion about expanding it wide and the MPO along with them helping to back and fund that?
I haven't personally, again, I missed a couple of meetings, so I may have missed that discussion. I don't remember any discussion so far expanding that. I think it was kind of like, let's see how this, a pilot, but it just how it works there, and but I haven't heard any more discussion about expanding.
Your lapel flag.
Oh, thank you.
What I was trying to figure out was, I know when we went at it, we couldn't get any, I don't know if there wasn't any funds available, whatever, but ultimately, 107,000 to put them in, and they're up and they're online. I'm just curious as to the rest of the county, because the trail runs through the whole county. That's all.
Councilmember Rice, did you have
I can get you that information. There was a committee meeting to discuss the security cameras on the trail. However, that meeting at the exact same time that St. Pete had a special closed session on the DT settlement fund, so I was not able to be in both places at the same time. Yeah. I keep trying.
If we could ask staff to put that on our to-do list or bucket list. All right. Any other questions relative to the MPO board meeting? The next update is from our MPO local coordinating board. Our representative, Patty Johnson, is not here today, and I there were no local coordinating board meetings since June. There will be a special meeting of the local coordinating board to focus on transportation disadvantage. Bus pass changes on August 18th at 10 a.m. in the Pinellas County Planning Department's in downtown Clearwater. I think that would be a very important meeting, and if any of you wish to observe that, that would be an option for. Are there any questions on the LCB report that I just gave? Hearing none, we will move to the consent agenda. Staff would like to pull item 5C from the consent agenda. So we'll do that and then proceed to the rest of the consent agenda. Is there anything the rest of the board would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, the consent item K, there was a discussion in the Lair Committee that it would come up to the board and get some.
Okay, let's pull agenda item K as well from the consent agenda.
I would be happy to address that because we discussed that at length in the Legislative Committee.
Okay, but let's do that after we deal with the items. So we have items C and K pulled from the.
I'd move the balance of the consent.
Second.
All right, further discussion? All in favor, saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda.
Chair.
Oh.
Two things. You do need to ask for. You didn't ask me to read the resolution, Mike?
Correct. Would you read the resolution 15- before we finalize the vote?
Thanks. Resolution 1508, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority authorizing the execution of a Transportation Disadvantaged Trust Fund agreement for 2015-2016 with the Florida Commission for the Transportation Disadvantaged.
Thank you. And that will be approved with the consent agenda.
Correct. That's part of item B, I believe, 5B.
We have a repeat of the vote. Favor?
Do we get public comment on this or no?
This is the consent agenda. Public comment is
only on. Okay. All right.
Available in the first part of the meeting.
No, I'm talking about items we asked. Is there any? Unless we don't do this.
The board
Consent agenda.
We will
I'm
ask
asking a question. That's all I'm doing.
So the board rules allow for, because the statute does provide that even consent agenda items that are not ministerial, that you need to receive public comment, but the board has established rules that provide for that public comment to be provided under the citizen comment section. That's indicated on the agenda, and I believe the chair indicated that when he called for citizen comment earlier in the meeting.
So can we repeat our vote on the consent agenda with the exception of item 5C and 5K? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, those unanimously. Agenda 5C is a contract with the public county appraiser. Ms. DeGlow is in the room and is willing to address any questions, but Mr. Zimmer.
The reason we requested you to pull this item is because the agreements are still being worked out. The final issues with the proposal and between the property appraiser and the various taxing authorities is still being finalized. The agreement is not the finalized agreements between the various parties. So what we would request that you do is authorize Mr. Miller to execute the agreement once we receive the finalized agreement, his approval and my approval. The final issue will be worked out, I believe at this point, is the liability issue, and the property appraiser is trying to work with the auditor to adequately address that issue, so all the taxing authorities are protected. I know that Ms. DeBove is here, and also Amanda Coffey, an assistant county attorney who represents the property appraiser, is here as well, if you have any questions for them.
Commissioner Barkley?
Yes, I just want to mention to the board that the PSTA Finance and Performance Management Committee did discuss this at great length at our meeting and recommend approval to the board once all the details are worked out.
Are there other questions? Well, Mr. Zimmett?
I would like to ask Ms. DeBoe to come to the podium and just give us her comments about, well, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure, I'll give you the short version. Pinellas County is a very attractive place. Lots of people have second homes. Lots of people migrate here with an intention to eventually retire while they still have places up north. We have people who and widowers who marry later in life, and all of these things create situations where people either claim more than one Florida homestead exemption, or they claim an exemption in Florida while they're receiving benefits simultaneously in another state. With changes in technology in recent years, there are now tools available to search public records and records nationwide to find people who are making claims for exemptions here who may own property or receive benefits based on residency in other states. It is my plan to engage a vendor who will do the initial investigatory using these large databases through a company called LexisNexis. The vendor I will actually contract with, Tax Management Associates, has a staff that knows how to screen the positive hits out of those databases to eliminate false positives, provide lists of potential improper homesteads to me. I will send correspondence to the taxpayers, not the vendor, asking them to respond to a questionnaire, confirm that they're only getting one residency-based benefit and they are residents of Florida. When they return the questionnaire, it will go back to our vendor who will match the data they provide with the databases they've already screened, and the vendor will make a recommendation to me as to whether the exemption is proper or improper. The vendor will not file any liens. The vendor will not ground knocking on doors. The vendor will not make the final decision. I will. But we just don't have the tools to look at all the data that's available nowadays to find homestead fraud. And I believe, while I know many times this kind of project is couched in terms of generating revenue, in truth, I don't really get that revenue, and I'm not concerned about revenue. I'm concerned for the thousands of taxpayers who follow the rules, who don't claim double exemptions, and who I hear from all the time saying, oh, there's people cheating on homestead in my neighborhood, but I don't want to give you their name because I don't want to get involved. The methods that we've used over the years to identify homestead fraud have been very effective, but they're only effective in identifying certain kinds of cases. We look at returned mail, we look at Social Security numbers appearing on homestead applications in other counties, and of course we have the significant others and tenants who get unhappy with their landlord who that they've been actually renting that homestead property from a landlord, but that doesn't begin to touch the cases. So I'd like to clean that up on the tax roll before I finish my time in office, so the new person, whoever they may be, worry about that in the outset. And that's the plan.
Well, thank you so much for that explanation and for your due diligence. I'm thoroughly going to miss your knowledge and your experience, who you are to our county. So thank you for your service.
Nice of you to say, but somebody will come along and they'll do just
They will. I'm going to miss you.
You're not leaving tomorrow, are you?
No, I'm not. This is going to take close to 24 months to do, which is why I'm anxious to get started. The difficulty for us is we don't know how many cases they. I'd like to think they'll find fewer cases than they think. I've been pursuing homestead fraud diligently for 20 years, but there's some data that's just not available to us. Idea the number of cases, which makes it, what the expectations should be as to what we'll pay the vendor.
So are you saying that this will take 24 months before you're able to come back and approve this issue?
Oh, no. What I'm looking for you to approve, I'm looking for you to agree that 30% of the proceeds of a homestead, an improper homestead lien that I file, will go to the vendor for their services, and you will get 70% of the proceeds. The taxing authorities will.
So we are positioned to vote on this today?
Yes.
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 Oh, good.
It's just not a finalized agreement. The agreement that was the agenda isn't the finalized agreement, so I didn't want you to make a motion to just authorize the execution of the agreement that's part of the agenda. The agreement's still being finalized.
As we've sent the agreements out to 40 taxing authorities, we've had a lot of suggestions back. And many of them are very useful, and they brought up the liability issue, for example. Other suggestions aren't as useful, and trying to get an agreement that 40 attorneys agree on can be a little bit challenging, as you might imagine. And I am one, so I'm not disparaging any attorneys, Mr. Zimmett. But what we're trying to do is get an agreement for how the vendor will be paid. And it will be out of the proceeds of the lien when they are paid, not when they're filed. So the vendor is bearing the risk of liens that sit out there for 10 years. They're bearing the risk of doing the whole run through the database and not finding any fraud. I mean, there's really a side that I can see for us. Under the current law, if someone is unhappy over a decision I make to file a lien, they sue me. They don't sue the taxing authorities, and I have been sued over that. That's just part of the process. But once we finalize the contract with TMA, we'll provide it to Mr. Zimmett and Mr. Miller, and then I think what they're asking for you to do today is let them decide.
Well, then, based on her, I'd like to move this item forward so that we can move forward and...
Yeah,
We have a motion and a second. I do have two people that wanted to make comments. Councilmember Rice.
I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Bode. You are elected in a wave of reform and a parting gift. We really do greatly appreciate it. I'm sure that the investment in the vendor will be a great return on investment, both in terms of identifying and cutting current abuse, but also in serving to prevent future fraud. It really sends a strong message that people need to be diligent with their paperwork and be honest. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Newton, did you have
Thank you.
comments?
Yes, I did. And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
It's two questions. And I'm glad you clarified some of that about the vendor, because it's a performance-based contract, if I understand it right. 30% contingency, similar to what we just did with the BP stuff. But in any event, and I'm glad you clarified how the information will be collected and whom will be doing what. Because it was the same misinformation with red light cameras. We had a company picking people out, sending them in, and getting a cut of the money from what they were doing. And that's where they're running the problems at. So I'm glad you clarified that. Let me ask you, are you using any other technology like drones? I think it was Hillsborough or some company that's flying drones, because people are adding additions on the weekends and properties, and you can see that stuff now when you really didn't have any event to get into it.
I've been convicted of having an Air Force. I mean, it was a riot. We're not using drones. I have had companies say, you know, I have a drone, do you want me to fly around houses? Absolutely not. For years, for decades now, there's been a requirement in Florida law for property appraisers to acquire aerial imagery. It's been on the books forever.
Okay.
And there's new kinds of imagery that we collect at the same time. Used to be the straight down photos of a geographic area where you see roof lines and things like that.
Yeah.
We've always, but in recent years there's been technology perfected that is on the same plane that gets the first kind of imagery, that gets pictures of properties from angles. It's called oblique imagery. With that kind of imagery, we can actually see if we've missed something on the back side of houses, unless foliage obscure those views. Part of property appraisers of imagery to do inspections is it's a lot less costly than putting a person in a car, have property, knock on the door, people aren't home, we're in people's yards. So it's a cleaner way to do the general inspections, and it became under Florida law just in the last decade. So what we're doing is drones. They're planes that fly a little higher than a drone. No, we can't see people lounging in their backyards or what brand of cigarettes they're smoking. This isn't the NSA. I mean, it's pictures suitable for appraisal purposes, but I don't use drones. We do fly at least every other year to get up. I mean, the company that we've used in the past, for example, is a company that we ask to fly our when going into the Gulf from BP, so we would have before and after pictures, which we fortunately never needed to use. But no, we don't use drones, and that kind of review is not related to this contract.
I just knew that, and you hit right on it, it was less manpower, it was more efficient and clean, they didn't have, and it was way more ever covered with the staffing that you're allowed. And my last question, Airbnb. Airbnb.
Airbnb.
Yeah, the people that are renting out vacation rooms and stuff, or short-term rentals.
Well, first of all, people are not violating homestead exemption laws if they reside in their home and they make a decision to take a boarder in who in a house. That does not, the homestead exemption law allows people to have boarders, but they cannot rent out an entire dwelling unit to a tenant and then not reside in that dwelling unit themselves. So if you have someone who's recently widowed and and she has her sister move in with her and contribute to the expense, and the sister has her own bedroom, but they share bathroom facilities and kitchen facilities, that doesn't violate homestead. A very wide misconception that it does. On the other hand, if that same widow is to move somewhere else, to move in with her children, and she rents out to someone else and doesn't tell us, then she's violating the homestead law.
I'm talking more on a transient relationship where they rent for a week,
Councilman?
they rent it out for a week or whatever.
Excuse me, I think this is getting a little bit off the agenda.
No, it goes right to property taxes, and that's what you did.
That's not the agenda, right?
Well, but my question, I was just trying to get some clarity why you was here, Mr. DeVos, on, does that constitute a transit rental like a hotel or bed and breakfast?
Okay.
And is it different? That's my question.
There's been a recent change in Florida law governing the homestead exemptions that allow people to rent their homes for less than 30 days if they don't do it for more than 2 years in a row. It's a law to accommodate people who would rent homes if they're in a city that's hosting the Super Bowl or a golf-type tournament in some of the golf tournament cities. So that doesn't, as long as it's less than 30 days, it doesn't violate the homestead law.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. I appreciate your candor, your answer, and your time.
Anybody else? We have a motion and a second to approve agenda item 5C with the caveat that would be finalized between the attorneys. Is there any, all in favor of that, signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay, the next item, consent item was pulled was 5C, and Councilmember...
That's what we just covered. 5K.
I'm sorry, 5K, correction. Councilmember Rice, you offered to pull that?
Well, I pulled the item, and the reason I pulled it is in our LAIR committee, we had a discussion, and it's more for procedure. We had a discussion, as they do in all these committees, and that this item would go up to the full. So when I see it on the consent agenda, that we do move approval second roll call, it's a little disconcerting, a report to let the actual board know exactly what's going on and let them weigh in. Because I don't think everybody's on that committee. I didn't see them in the room. That's why I pulled that. I thought it was coming as a report item, a word action item for approval so that we can discuss it, because there were some caveats in there too. I think Mr. Diamond had some caveats, some great things that he brought up, and I thought it not robbery to let it slide I do support it, but I thought maybe we can get a report on it.
Chairman Rice, would you want to make a comment?
Yes, this was a substantial part of our discussion, our legislative committee meeting, and unfortunately due to, I've been sick the last couple of days and then Brad's been out, we didn't have the chance to get together and clarify that maybe the legislative committee should have a separate report on the agenda. Very happy to talk about it now. In addition to talking about our approving a draft of our legislative priorities, we talked about amending the contract extension for Gray Robinson. And basically what we have is the current lease is coming up, the current is ending soon. And we, with the sped up schedule for the legislature, we don't have the time to go out through the full RFP process to look at possible new lobbying firms. So we decided that it would be best for now to approve an extension to the Gray Robinson contract. There are a couple of that you should be. We did attach some performance measures. Secondly, we did approve an additional $4,000 expenditure, and this is Gray Robinson's bringing on additional support from the Alan Susky lobbying group. Mr. Susky was on the phone. He answered our questions. He's someone who can bring in some additional help. He has extensive contacts with both Congressman Jolly and Senator Brandes, and we see this as falling in line with part of our strategy to really sharpen our elbows and get need to by having a stronger presence in Tallahassee. I don't want to speak for Commissioner Diamond because he's here, but we did bring up some concerns we had with adding on this extra amount and not going through the RFP process. But after a lengthy discussion, we achieved a comfort level with going forward with this recommendation.
You want to make the comment?
Sure. I think that the challenge we have is that the meeting earlier in 2016, and they normally convene in March, and then work until May. In the coming year, they convene in January, and because they convene in January, all the committee schedules start earlier as well. My strong preference, as I expressed in the committee meeting, is that any time we are going through any type of procurement process, we do it through a public process so that everybody has an opportunity to put their name in, and I think that's the process that we're all most comfortable with in our service on different public boards. So I ended up supporting the extension with the that staff was going to convene an RFP process once we're through the legislative session, so that various firms could compete to represent us in Tallahassee. I think that's the best approach, but in light of the timing, I thought it was appropriate to staff's recommendation in this case. I also note that even though, and this is related, it's not directly on point, even though we were unsuccessful this past legislative session in our achieving funding for our priority for the bus rapid transit, I don't think we should pull up the white flag. We all saw that there was a lot of challenges this session with the budget, and from our discussions in the legislative committee, what we've learned is that sometimes it takes more than one session to achieve your goal, and it takes the concerted effort, as Commissioner Long suggested, of the county, the cities, and all these different entities in Pinellas, letting our legislators know this is a priority. So I don't think we should give up on our legislative agenda. I look forward to having a discussion about our legislative agenda with the full board. I think that's coming up at our next board meeting, and those were my comments at our committee meeting.
Move approval.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Long, did you have a comment?
I just very briefly wanted to also, somebody, maybe it was Ben, talked about our and working on a strategy, and we have had that very dynamic, successful meeting with the Committee of Heart, and one of the initiatives that we collaboratively need to work on was our legislative focus. And so this gives us an opportunity to work on legislative priorities along with MPO and HART and any other party we can reach out to have a stronger message in Tallahassee. That was my point.
Ed, do you have a follow-up quick?
Very
I've
quick,
got several
yes,
other-
very follow-up. We do have a joint legislative meeting scheduled with HART, and I sent a note to Gray Robinson, and they and Alan, pending approval, are going to be there in person at that joint meeting. So I was impressed with how quickly and affirmatively that they responded.
Good. I was looking to my left and saw Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Holmes before I was right. So, Commissioner Eggers?
Just a quick question on about process. When did, how did we get in the position, and are we okay now not to be in this position again where we're having to do a year extension when we probably could have known about this earlier and done it through the right process? I mean, I'm assuming you corrected that problem and issue so that we don't run into that again. Just a question.
Yeah, Ms. Leas may have some additional comments to make on it.
When this contract was executed, it was for 5 years. It was for 1 year with 4 one-year extensions. When the board approved the last 3, that was 4 years. So this year is just exercising an current contract.
Right.
So we did not run out of time. We knew this was coming up. We just are extending the contract that exists as part of the 5-year plan.
Discussion we had in the committee could have had happened earlier and given us time to actually change and go out for bid. Is that?
Well, you always have that option to go out to bid rather than contract.
Well, this is a significant increase in the contract.
It's an increase
Without going out
Yeah.
for bid, and I understand what Mr. Diamond. I just want to make sure that we have in place that if there's that possibility of occurring, that we actually start the process
I think
earlier.
that's an excellent point. That we're doing under our new procurement processes is we have a contracts module we've put into place, and it allows us to send reminder messages to everyone who is involved in the contract well in advance, months in advance, to start looking at, do we want to keep the contract that's currently in place, or do we want to relook at it and rebid and whatever's in the best interest of PSTA. So we are processes in place.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yeah, this is just a quick question for council that I'm sure you could just find out and email to us. Email exchange between a citizen some time ago questioned the authority to lobby. And what the citizen was quoting was an opinion from the Florida Attorney General in 2009. It said public funding may not be expended by public entities for lobbying purposes unless expressly authorized by state law. My only question is, where in the statutes or in the special act that created the PSTA can I find the express authority for to lobby?
And that was the subject of litigation that I believe that citizen that you're quoting brought, and that case was dismissed, and I can go back and pull out the information that we provided the court and provided to the board.
You can just email it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioner
I just have 4 quick items here. Number 1, Finance and Performance Management Committee discuss this. Is that correct, Mr. Chair? You're on my committee also.
I do
And
not.
Mr. Eggers? Yeah.
It came before the legislative committee.
Yeah, okay. So we did not discuss this as far as funding. Second thing is, I'm going to suggest that we simultaneously start a request for bid right now So that 10 months is a very short period of time, so we don't have that type of issue again. If we run into a situation like occurred this year, where we have a special session for the legislature, we're going to be very close to where this 10-month extension is going to be a real problem as far as timing is concerned. And so how are we going to address that? Fourth thing is, we should say specifically that this is 10 months at $4,000 for a maximum of $40,000 on this additional item that we're voting on.
Commissioner Long, do you want to?
Yeah, I would like to respond to those comments, Commissioner Barkley, because going out for an RFP on a lobbying firm that is going to be lobbying our interest in August of this year, that's when the committee meetings, is totally inappropriate. When the legislature ends at the end of next year, it'll be March, we will have from March a year to go out for RFP. So we're not going to be bumping up to anything. The agreement as that's being presented to us is that this is an extension to get us through seamlessly until the legislative session is over next spring.
And if I could just weigh in on this, I share the spirit of what you're saying, and what I would suggest and what we discussed extensively in the committee was to let the staff, you know, working with the staff to determine the earliest possible part, the RFP process, so that we're not up against the wall. I mean, we talked about some of the issues you just raised, the fact that even if the session ends, we still need advocates even if we succeed in the session in getting the budget items passed that we want, we need advocates in the governor's office to lobby to try to make sure that the governor doesn't veto those items. So I think your point is well taken, and I think the earlier we start, the better, and that was sort of some of the questions I raised along with Commissioner Eggers' questions today in our committee meeting.
Commissioner Gerard, it's been waiting patiently.
Thank you. Getting less patient. I apologize for missing the legislative committee meeting, but I have a serious issue with raising this contract 80% and just I don't see what the added benefit is of that. I'm sure these people, but I didn't hear what the 80% added benefit was for subcontract, and I'm going to vote against it. I'm sorry.
If I may clarify, to help maybe present some more information so that people have more of a comfort level with this position, with this decision. Not to personalize it, but it wasn't great that suggested and brought this idea to us. It was Brad Miller had consulted with a number of in terms of recognizing that Gray Robinson firm that has a very strong base and presence in Orlando and with Orlando, but we felt like going into this next session, it would benefit us to have an even stronger connection to a lobbying firm more based in Pinellas. So that is how, after looking at a number of different possibilities, we looked at Mr. Alan Susky, who previously in his Three Bridges advisory worked with Congressman John, who was a lobbyist before he became a congressman, and Mr. Susky has strong connections with Senator Brandes. So and Latvala. So as a strategic way to add to our education and advocacy efforts with people who were with additional help that was a little bit closer to Pinellas County. And I'll also add that when we go to RFP next time, we discussed this. They heard our qualms. They were on the conference call as we openly discussed our discomfort with it, with the RFP process. I think we're going to get a lot of work out of Mr. Susky. I mean, he knows that we're going to be scrutinizing his work very closely, and that in a very short amount of time when this comes up for RFP, we're going to be looking closely at the results of his work, as well as Gray Robinson's.
Commissioner Gerard?
I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm sure he will work very hard because he's going to want the contract next time. And maybe we should have gone with a local firm, but Gray Robinson is one of the biggest firms in the state. We all have relationships with legislators, and I don't care what kind of relationship he has with David Jolly, lobbying contract. I just think it was, okay, it was Brad's idea. That explains a lot.
Do we have a motion and a second? We've had quite a bit of discussion. Commissioner Rice, I think you were on the list.
I'm starting now.
I'm sorry.
I have been waiting. It hasn't
Commissioner
been that long.
Nice tan.
Yeah, had it from birth. Trump did concern me as well, and I'm still not going from 50K to 90K over the 10 months. But I think the timing of this strategically makes sense for us. This will be going back out for RFP next year, right? And you know, the landscape is changing. I know Mr. Susky, I think he will be effective in Tallahassee. In fact, I've debated him passionately on federal issues. So I hope if he is our hire that his focus in public comments reflect that. Be effective, but as you said, this is a state contract, not a federal, and even if it was, Representative Jolly is pursuing another path now, and those Senate districts for the state Senate are going to change as well. So I think the year timing makes sense. I'm not crazy about the amount, but given where we are in the legislature.
Motion and a second on this. Councilmember?
Yes, this is precisely why I pulled it off the consent agenda. Because when we sat down in that committee, we had a discussion, and it did dictate the majority of the legislative meeting. So on the consent item, I was trying to figure out what the process was. Do the committees get together, speak about stuff in depth, and then stick it on consent, and that's called taking it downstairs, because we're upstairs? Is that the way it works? It's supposed to work? Or does it come to a report, and then they make a motion out the report, and then we then vote on it? You were there, that's why I'm asking.
Any may pull an item off of consent if we miss that item in coming from the committee. So thank you for pulling that off. I appreciate that.
My question to you, Mrs.
We do have a great deal of additional...
I understand, but I had a question for you. You didn't even answer it for me. My question was the procedure. You were at the meeting. I'm not on every committee. Do the committees meet, and then after they get through meeting, deliberate on consent, and then we just say roll call second, or do they do a report, and then get a motion, and then we vote? Discussion that went on something, if I had not pulled it, we went right through. I'm just asking a question, sir.
The committee will vote, and if the committee votes to recommend approval, then that goes forward to the board. Your point is that in the future, perhaps we should be asking the committee if they want to recommend it for approval to the board on consent or on an action item. So we can do that in the future if the committee members want to give that guidance. And I see some nods. So are there other comments on this agenda?
I just have a quick question, and I agree that this probably should have been an action item. It's quite a change in the current contract. The question is Alan Susky, we talked about the performance agreement with Gray Robinson, but does that apply to Mr. Susky as well?
He's bound by it.
Councilmember?
Yes, he's bound to the performance metrics agreement.
And the performance metrics for both Gray Robinson and Mr. Susky are in addition to the contract based on previous discussions. So, are we ready to vote on this agenda item? All in favor of this agenda item signify by saying yes. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Those that voted no, could you indicate? We have 4 against, and we have the majority in favor. Chair votes aye on this. Okay. Moving to our next action item, which is the, leave, right? Papers. Next action item is the year 16 budget trim notice, and this, for those who are unfamiliar with this, we have two actions during the year where we address the assessed millage rate, and the first one is a preliminary decision, which then goes to the trim notice that is sent out to the citizens, and that notice indicates when final action will be taken on this in September. But right now we have to tell the county our preliminary millage rate, and we can go down, but we cannot go above this without going through a whole lot of effort. Ms. Leonis.
Thank you. Thank you for that good introduction on the topic. Today we are going to be talking about the proposed trim rate, and we will be taking a look at the history of our millage rate, what we're proposing for 2016, and importantly what the fiscal is to our taxpayers. We will also be taking a look at what are the alternatives to taking this action on the trim notice. If we take a look at our history, you can see that back in 2012 we increased the millage rate to its current rate of .7305. We are recommending today to go to the maximum millage of 7.5. Many entities are at the maximum rate, such as Hart is at the maximum rate. And once you've put something to the maximum, essentially you don't have to discuss the increase any further. As the chair said, you can always look to do something at a lower rate. Let me just go forward here. Despite the fact that we've been talking about how wonderful that the property tax revenues have been and how well, as you can see by the chart, we have not yet reached where we were in 2007. As a matter of fact, over this course of time, we have lost $45 million, which is more than what our annual revenue from the property tax. Right now, if we were to increase the millage rate to the maximum, it would give us an additional $1,009,260 that would be going to our bottom line. And what is important in all of this, part of our path forward, to look at the various ways that we maximize revenues that are currently available to us. And the impact to our taxpayers. The median home is $151,500 taxable value. After the exemption, they would be paying $76.13. That represents a $1.98 increase over what they paid in 2015. So essentially, this is not a significant dollar amount to the taxpayer. If you recall, in May, we discussed what we were going to do with reserves. And we have to have a sustainable capital program. Primarily, it's our buses. Put it towards those bus purchases. As you can see on the bottom chart, we have purchases going out through 2021 that will be supported not only by federal funds, but by use of our local dollars. And we may or may not, we talked about it a little bit earlier, have the availability of STP funds through the MBA. And it may not be available now till 2022. We have to look to see how are we going to balance our operating budget, and it has to be with operating revenues. If you take a look at all the various things we've been discussing over the last several months, if we use the ad valorem rate change, look at the route changes, which we'll be discussing as an information item today, a fare increase in the advertising. We are balanced on the operating side through up to 2021, and our bus purchases are being able to be covered through 2020. But what happens if we don't take action on the ad valorem today? We will only operating side through 2019, although the bus purchases will still remain using our reserves, sustainable through 2020. What are our alternatives? Well, we can go ahead and reduce service more. Right now we're proposing a 3% cut, and we can increase that to 6.25%. That would garner us the $1 million we would otherwise have through the ad valorem. We can increase fares by 30% and 15%. What that may mean is a base fare of $2.50 and a transit disadvantage rate of $20 a month. And this would increase our revenues by $1 million. Both the Planning Committee and the Finance Committee heard this presentation last week and recommended it to the board. I think if you take a look on page 68 of your package, you will see a list of items that will be talking points for you to take a look at as to why we have to consider this as part of our path forward. Are there any questions?
Questions on Ms. Leonis's presentation? Councilmember
Do we have any CBAs, any agreements out there that we haven't finalized yet? Are they reflected in this?
We do have a collective that isn't finalized.
All of them are done, they're not?
No, we have one with the Tampa Bay area that is not finalized.
What about healthcare costs? Has that been fixed, or are we set on that, or is that in there?
I apologize.
Healthcare, what about healthcare? Is that in there?
Oh, that is, that was one of the agenda items today. Healthcare costs will be increasing 3%.
3.1% increase, and we got one contract.
And that, as part of the contract, the employees participate. The increase 50%. And the actually to our union members, we gave them alternatives as to what to select, and they selected an option that would increase at 3.1%.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Barkley, as chair of the Finance Committee, do you want to give a report?
Yes, thank you. First of all, the staff presented the proposed truth and millage maximum property tax, the 2016 budget, and had discussed several pros and cons with regard to going to the maximum term notice rate of millage 0.75%, and we recommend this. But I do have a question again for Ms. Leos that I think is very important. If we do not do this, we will turn a negative of 2020, correct?
2019.
2019, okay. All right. I think we had a figure of year 2020 in our meeting, but 2019 is even sooner.
We don't do it.
So we
correct.
have a very strong reason to do this, and emphasize again, the amount of additional tax to any one taxpayer is very, very minimal.
Thank you. Could you give a report from the Planning Committee and Mayor Buchalski's absence?
Yeah, in short, I'll state that the Planning Committee also heard this presentation and had a lengthy discussion. The Planning Committee voted unanimously to recommend publishing the required FY 2016 trim notice with a millage rate of 5.
All right. At this time, I'd be appropriate to ask if there's any public comment on the agenda item, and then after the public comment, I will ask if other board members wish to make comment. Members of the public that would like to speak to the budget trim notice agenda item. Seeing none, we'll go back to the board members. Other board members with comments. Commissioner Welch, not Rice.
Okay. Just a couple of points. I don't know if we can bring slide 7 up.
Certainly.
So with the ad valorem rate change, the route changes, fare increase, and ad revenue, we deficit in 2019 of $866,000, and then $2.3 million in 2020. We're living off reserves at that point.
At that point, we've built up the reserves in the years starting in 2015, 16, 17, and 18 that will help to balance that out. We run out of money in 2021.
But in terms of an annual deficit in 2019,
That is correct.
we're in a negative position.
No, we've got to talk to
I guess the other thing that that we pointed out is just with the increase in the tax base, that's about $2 million additional.
Yes,
So just
correct.
in terms of transparency, it's not just a $1 million increase, it's like a $3 million increase if we go to 0.75. I guess the other thing that, I did vote to bring this forward, I can decrease the millage in the future, but I guess the uncertainty of the capital funding piece of it, to the degree we get any capital funding, it makes these numbers look better.
Certainly, if we get capital funding to help with the bus purchases, that would be
That's the one caveat I had, but given the long-term plan, I'm supporting 7.5 for advertising. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard?
Oh, gone again. Commissioner, slide 7 and 8, I was looking at the anticipated revenues past 2016, pretty much flat. Are we not anticipating any property tax increase?
The property tax increase is on the second line. It's line 2, and we are anticipating tax increases.
Okay, I'm looking at operating revenue then. So does that include a fare increase?
That does not, that includes a fare increase that we're going to be proposing this year.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Newton?
On the same slide, if you will, did they do an alternative, like the two you have in the red, that's anticipated MP bus funding from MP?
Well, that would be, actually the STP would allow us to be able to fund our bus purchases in 2020.
Right, but I'm saying with...
And without it...
right. Without it slide, because,
well,
I mean...
without it slide, this is just the operating picture.
Right.
So the showing deficits. At approximately buying 50 buses a year, which would be for a sustainable bus plan, it would be approximately $8 million a year that there would be a shortfall. We get 5307, it's called 5307 money from FTA, that we have dedicated to purchases between now and 2021. In 2021, we only have about $1.5 million that we've put towards bus purchases because we're pushing other needs off to the future. We can always have $8 million available to buy buses.
But on that slide, what I was getting at, that was a 5-year outlook, correct?
Correct.
So what I'm saying is there not a scenario where it would show if we didn't get that? Because we're just talking, we're not even on the saying, if we didn't get that funding, what would it look like? Would it be, I guess, worse than that because you still have a huge capital cost to make up?
Right. If you didn't get STP funding or other, just add another $8 million deficit to the bottom line.
Okay. That's what I was saying, if everything goes to plan, but it usually doesn't. Thank you, Ms. Chair, that's all I have.
Commissioner Akers, did you want to make a comment now?
Yeah,
or
I'll just
did you
make
want
a
to-
comment now. Thank you for all the work that you do. And again, in the committee meeting, we had a great discussion. I really appreciated it. I'm not supporting the millage increase this year for a whole number of reasons. First of all, for the next 3 years, the reserves are fine for the next 2-3 years. There seems to be an awful lot of changes going on right now. We talk about a path forward. We talk about getting together with the MPO. We talk about hiring lobbyists to help us secure funds. We've got conservative, rightly so, numbers built into the revenues, the millage rate. We're already getting a 6%, I think, around there this year. So, if you will, shared pain by not only taxpayers, but also by the riders that are getting it, and we're also cutting service. So we're getting raises, getting a raise increase in revenues already. So we add more paying fee. Again, it's maybe in most people's worlds it's not a lot of pain, but I think there's a message here too that says, look, we've got to operate this. We've got a lot of things. This new strategic plan. The message last November, everybody can interpret that message in every one, but the message was, you have enough money to implement a good program, get together, work on it, and I think that there's a real good start that we've gone through this last 6 months. And when you tap out that, there's nowhere else to go. I think this is a symbolic statement that says, you know, let's do with. And I'm really encouraged that I'm hearing and seeing, and I think message to send to our taxpayers, to our riders, that, you know, if we're going to start talking about raising millage rates and, you know, adding back some of these that we're talking about taking away, I think we're in that point now, that place now where we're really strategically thinking about our routes and our residents and what is really called for. We had some exciting discussions this morning about alternative transportation and blending tourism with our system. So I just think there's a lot going on right now, and I think we've got enough money to handle things for the next 2 or 3 years, and there's a lot of discussion going on. And so I'm very comfortable with leaving the millage the way it is right now. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Rice?
Thank you, Chairman. Thought and certainly empathize with Commissioner Edgar's take on this, and for a while there was thinking that I might vote that way myself, but I'm not going to, because when I take a step back and look at the big picture of the overall what's happening with federal and state funding, more and more and more pressure is being put on the agency to support ourselves. So, for example, the 1956 Highway Trust Fund, funded by the gas tax. The gas tax is not indexed to inflation. So a few pennies per gallon in 1956 was a great way to fund the highway years, but it's not now, not with improved fuel efficiency, not with coming out of a recession. Frequently, the Highway Trust Fund frequently faces a stalemate in Congress. We are lucky to extend it a few months or a few years, luckily, at a time, and the Mass is maybe doing a little bit better. So what this means is it puts more pressure on the states to delay the projects that they're working on, and it means that more and more PSTA to find our own local ways of funding and replacing our buses. And some of the discussion in the Planning Committee, I think I convinced, or I found it important to say that PSTA needs to do everything that we can on our own to raise our funds before we go to the MPO, before we go to other agencies. We need to show that we have capped out our millage rate and that we are doing everything to be self-sufficient to support a great transit system. So with that, I will be supporting the millage increase.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Beavis.
Thank you. I tend to agree with Commissioner Eggers. The message that we're sending, I mean, I think we've done a great job with the path forward, trying to revisit our own budgets and revenues, and we've just taken actions to increase our strength at the state level and at the federal level to try and spend more money. But then, you know, we hear our riders that come up and talk about, you know, cut service, and we're talking about cutting additional service, but then we want to turn around and, I'll give it to you, it might be insignificant to some people, $1.90. People that are riding, I think it's more the message that we potentially are sending to the riders. I have a little hesitancy on the millage rate.
Thank you. Commissioner Newton.
Thank you.
Councilman.
How much money is this max out of the millage rate, of the millage cap is gonna bring us? How much revenue?
It'll bring us a little over $1 million.
A little over $1 million. Is there any way that we can soften the blow to all of these routes with that $1 million? It's a question, because we're talking about cutting routes, increasing, the fare rates, and then raising the taxes. I guess that's, if I'm not saying it right, I want
To keep the operating budget balanced, we have to include the millage rate. However, we've also included about $200,000 for enhancements to our routes. Now, whether it would be to those routes or other routes that we pass people by because the routes are full, you know, that's, I will leave that up to Cassandra's group as to discussion on that. But I will say this, as we're looking at this, we talk about, we're cutting those routes. What can we do? You know, if we don't do this and we want to stay balanced, you're going to have to cut more routes or make more adjustments or increase fares more. And I would love to be able to say if we want to take the pot of funds for service enhancements.
See,
and this would give you that flexibility to possibly do.
I just got a problem with getting $1 million of additional revenue. Am I correct? If we max out the millage rate,
If we do.
and then the people that depend on it, some of the seniors that are aging in place that can't drive anymore, and the students and all the people that depend on us for their only means of transportation, we're going to increase the rates on them, cut the routes, and then we're going to get additional $1 million worth of revenue.
And that helps us to keep the other cuts and other fare increases lower than they would otherwise be.
Can I?
I had Mr. Barclay first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All of us on this board have a fiduciary responsibility to keep this agency solvent. No, I don't like cutting routes any more than anyone else, and I don't like doing some of the other things that we're talking about doing. But we have an obligation to run this agency out of money. And in 2 years, that's going to be the scenario. We don't take steps to keep this open. And $1.98 to the average homeowner is not a significant amount of money. It's only a significant amount of money in the aggregate. And we have a duty to keep this running and keep the agency moving forward. So I'm going to ask that we proceed with this. It is critical. Postponing the inevitable merely means that the present value that we would receive by now is going to be deferred. So it's very important that we act on this.
Yes, I just have a few things that I would like to make sure that I'm understanding you, because between what Commissioner Eggers said and Commissioner Newton, I'm thinking that I must have missed something, because this is what I think I heard you say. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Yes, raise another $1 million if we raise this millage. However, with that said, if we don't do it, then if we don't do it and we want to keep our balanced, then we have to cut even further.
That's correct.
Is that what you said?
That's correct, or raise fares more.
Or raise the fare?
Correct.
Okay, so it's status quo if we want to provide the level of service that we're doing, and we want to balance our budget, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be supporting you.
Councilmember Newton, did you have
a question? The revenue tide rises for everyone. Last year, the city of St. Pete realized an 8.1% property value increase, which brought us $6.5 million in new revenue. This year, it's proposed at 8.5, I think, % property value increase, when we were estimating a 3% and saying the sky was falling. That's going to bring us million in additional revenue. So you mean to tell me that those years, the millage rate the same and the tide's rising for everybody, there's no additional money with the revenue, with the at? Is that what you're telling me? Money, and I think the county got some money, and I'm pretty sure PSA got some tax money too.
Yeah, in your PowerPoint on the third slide, we show how the ad valorem revenue has been increasing over the last few years. So yes, we have been receiving more money. We certainly, like a significant amount of money over the time. So we have benefited by it. This brings us back to where we were in 2007.
But, okay, well, I'm just trying to understand, because we haven't changed our millage rate, but we still get millions and more because the property values are going up.
You see that this year in our budget as well.
So I'm wondering, is that affecting PSTA the same way? Have they having the same?
We took that into consideration when we did the budget forecasts in these years going out.
Because I think I asked in those sessions about with the property values going up, I'll see some revenue coming in, some additional revenue.
Correct. And when you take a look at this and you take a look at what the property tax is, it goes up every year, taking that into consideration.
And now we have Mr. Bowles in here with some other good information that may bring us additional money. Go our way, 70% more than we don't even know about. So I don't know. I'm just saying that in St. Pete we're not cutting, but the money's coming in. So if we go to the max, bringing $1 million. Let me ask you this question perspective. What was the revenue received last year for this year at the same millage rate? What was the difference? Do you know that?
It was just under about 35,000 last year, or
I
not
couldn't hear you.
35,000, about 32,000 in 14, and about a little under 1,000 in 15.
No.
For this fiscal year. Millions. Millions. Thank you.
So you got 35,000 additional last year?
35 million.
No, total. 35 million total. And this year, in this year's budget, we had anticipated a shortfall of about 2.1 million. Because of cuts in our expenses, we're doing everything we can to line on expenses across every single line. Plus, we're getting increase in amount in the property tax revenue. We will not have reserves this year, and that money is going towards buses.
No, my question, I don't know if I got an answer. What did we see last year, leaving the millage where it's at, millage rate, we didn't change it. How much revenue, additional revenue above FY14 did we see for 15, leaving the millage rate where it was?
It was a couple $1 million.
I can't hear you?
A couple
$2 million. Now, this, I'm sorry, if you don't mind me to share. Now, this year, if the millage rate stayed the same, how much would we be, without a millage rate change?
It would be $1 million less than what we've anticipated, so.
So we got $2 million last year from ad valorem increase, and this year we getting less when rates are going up?
We would get, the county had projected, which may be conservative, we follow the county projection, so we're, I believe, around a 4% increase, Michael?
Additional $2.4 million if we don't do anything, and we got $2 million last year. That was my question, perspective, because we got 6.5 last year, now we're looking at 7.3. It's going this way, so I don't know why ours at down. But if we did the max, we'd be looking at $3.4 million, I guess an additional $1 million. Am I right?
Correct.
Thank you.
I'd like to recognize myself for a question.
So recognized.
As the proposed showing there on chart, I think it's page 7, that includes the assumption for the fare increase that we will be making a final decision on in September.
Correct.
Uncertainty as to what fare increase we would be adopting at that point in time.
Correct. There'll be an information next month for action in September, And then, today you'll be hearing an information item on the route restructuring. That will be an action item in August.
Okay. So just for expressing my personal view, because of these two uncertainties, I will be voting in favor of adjusting the millage up, but I'm not committing myself to voting for that in September. So with that, not seeing other comments from the board members, is there...
Move approval. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Are there other comments? That motion, I believe, is the motion of the recommendation from staff of going to the 0.7500. Everybody understand the motion?
Yes.
All right. Any further comments? All right. In favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, we have,
Raise your hand.
I think we need hands on that. All those in favor signify by raising your hand.
What was that?
In favor,
Sorry.
7. Those opposed? 4. I have 7, 4 opposed. All right, that passes. Thank you very much. Very interesting, enthusiastic discussion. I love this board because you really get into your roles, and I thank you for that.
Chair?
Yes.
Just to make sure I'm clear, that now, we've set the maximum at 7.5, as you said, with other meetings and discussions still to come. So there's still opportunities for this board to not necessarily support what we've done today, could vote for a lower millage.
We can
vote for a lower millage, we obviously can't vote for a higher millage. Just want to make sure that we're clear on that point. This is not setting the final millage, this is just setting the maximum millage. Correct.
Right.
Correct? Right.
Anybody think there's something different to that? Not hearing anybody else, I think we can confirm your statement.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rice?
I just wanted to clarify something that was in the packet to make sure I saw it right. The maximum cap would mean to the typical homeowner who's taxed on a $150,000, that's $1.98 a month?
A year.
Oh, $1.98 a year. So we're talking about a proposed rate that would be $1.98 a year. Okay, thank you. I just wasn't sure about that.
Mr. Diamond.
I just want to thank Commissioner Eggers for that clarification. I did support the motion today, but I note that in our path forward plan, one of the things we talked about was the importance of looking at new revenue sources, always though with a focus on strategic cost control. And I'm saying this mainly for the benefit of, the staff and our board as we move forward. I mean, I want to see that focus in terms of structuring work, in terms of ideas for better efficiencies in the way this agency works. And I think that we all want to see that because these are hard decisions, and in order to explain them to people, we need to be able to have some certainty that we're doing all of the things that are on this document. Thank you.
Councilmember Newton?
Yes, I can support any tax rate that's staying the same, but I don't understand the rationale when the values are going up and we're getting more revenue by doing what we've been doing without changing. I can't see the rationale in raising taxes. That's just, I don't understand that one. If the revenue was going down and we needed to try to get additional revenue in taxes, but when you got property values going up and you want to raise taxes, it doesn't make any sense to me. That's
all right. We resolved that agenda item, and we
the rate and fees they're doing.
Move on to the next action item, which is a proposed revision to the mission statement. And in order to, since I'm chairman of the executive committee and we assigned the executive committee to work on this, what we're talking about is to revise this document. The executive committee's primary reason for the changes were to reflect greater focus on customer-oriented service embodied in the new Path Forward strategic plan and to better articulate how PSTA communities. One of my personal objectives was that the mission statement would tell not what we do, but why we do it. And so you have the proposal, the mission statement on page 69, and then on the back are some proposed changes to the guiding principles that appear below that mission statement. Members of the executive committee that want to make comments on this proposal?
Oh, you're saying executive committee, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay. Any comments in general from the board? Councilmember Newt.
Yes, is this a reflection of the Path Forward? What this mirrors, or is it not?
This document is the existing document that has been around for a long time, and we are in the process of updating that to be consistent with the Path Forward.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a mirror of the Path Forward, because that would make more sense.
Comments from the executive committee again? Other comments? Is there a...
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, further comments? This is an action item. Is there any comments from the members of the public? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. We have an information item. This is going to present on the phase 1 of our 10-phase route adjustment proposal.
Cassandra Borchers, Chief Developer. Thank you for being patient and allowing me to come up, even though it's late in the morning. This is a very important discussion because the whole purpose of this agency is to provide service. And so discussing the service and how we serve our community best is critical to how we move, and that's our path. I am not going to do this presentation by myself. I have some technical assistance from Heather Sobush, who is our planning manager, and I'm also going to be joined by Bob Lasher, who is our external affairs officer and in charge of our public engagement for our planning projects. This is an information item because we are very seriously in taking it to the public through a series of workshops and a public hearing next meeting in August. You asked for an overview of the community bus plan because this is what we're basing our restructuring of our routes and understanding that we're looking at every single route in the system. The plan was approved in 2013 by the board and did look at a comprehensive overhaul of the system. And so when we talk about the Phase 1 redesign, we need to remember that this is the entire system that we are trying to provide service across the county. The goals of that community bus plan in 2013 were to provide the best service we can so that people want to ride it. That's the build transit constituency. Making transit competitive, a competitive option for our community, and also building financial stability. This is a long-term financial stability that we need to take a look at. There are some very serious questions out there to provide service long-term. If we didn't address those now, you would ask us in 5 years from now, is this coming? And 5 years from now, we're going to be able to say, yes, we did, and we tried to address it up front. In the 2013 community bus plan, we did look at 3 scenarios. What is the optimal service that we could provide to the residents of Pinellas County, and what does that look like in terms of what would our total demand be across the county? We then looked at scaling that back to what could we fit under a new revenue scenario, meaning changing our financial profile from the property tax as our local funding source to leverage federal and state dollars to a 1-cent sales tax. And we all know what happened to that in November. We were also asked in 2013 to look at a Plan B. What happens if we do not have any new revenue sources? And so that's what we're working under today, looking at how we move forward. The bus plan had some very extensive technical work as well as some very extensive public engagement. And what people were telling us, the thing that you heard this morning during your public comment, they want more frequency, a long service. They want more nights and weekends. They want the buses to run faster. We also knew that some of those routes, again, those routes mentioned this morning to your public comment, are the ones that are used the most and are in the most need. We also know that people are taking pretty long trips. They're over 5 miles, the average trip length. What the recommendations from the community bus plan were to look at the grid network. Again, we've talked about that in the context of the city of St. Petersburg downtown, but also some of the routes that we have. Over the years, things get asked for detours and they start to meander, and we want to bring them back to a streamlined service. Again, overall, people want this. He has just had a really good conversation about all of the discussions in the context of the fiscal year 16 budget, and understands that we did look at those in 2013 as well, keeping most of those items that you see on this table stable. We did talk about a slight a fare adjustment over the course of 2014 and how that would look and change our profile. But the majority of the budget in the 2013 community bus plan was to look at the service. And we had talked about if we just service, to balance the budget long term would be a 28% decrease in service. That's really significant to being able to provide rides to people. When we look at 2016, you understand that every question in transit starts with the answer, it depends, because there's so much involved in making sure that we can provide that service. So if we do all of the things that CFO Debbie Elias has in the budget, we have to do a little bit in each one of these places, in any one area for a lot of change. Right now, what we're talking about in this phase one, approximately a 3% cut, just under a 3% cut in our total service. So staff has gone back to the community bus plan and looked at it from, again, the new technical data, new information from the public, and taking it out to step by step, route by route. What are we doing with each of those routes? We have shown you the 2015 route performance on a couple of occasions, identifying those routes and how they're performing in our system. We've consulted the community bus plan and done a target analysis reviewing new data. We are going out and surveying people. We are trying to get every run that we can to talk to people who are on these services. We've also looked at the financial implications of both in terms of operating and capital, and identified transportation alternatives for people who could be affected by the changes on these routes. Bob is going to talk about the community involvement that we have done so far and outline our events and things that we have planned a month or so. As I had mentioned, this is the first phase of a 10-phase plan. Again, we are looking at these routes in isolation today, but understand they are part of an entire system. Each of those 6 steps that I just outlined are going to be performed for each route. We are talking about today our Group 1, which are our lowest performing routes. We are recommending the elimination of routes 30, 58, 444, and the East Lake Connector. We're also recommending the realignment of the Route 18 to replace Route 58 service to the SPC campus in Seminole, and looking at a redesign of Route 1. So Route 1 and Route 30 work together, and Heather's going to explain a little bit about that, which would be the new Route 22, which would travel along 22nd Avenue North. You have seen this chart before. This is our system performance evaluation by route. The routes we are discussing today are in red. You'll notice there's a couple blue lines in between those. Those are services that are either have other that we need to examine further, such as the Looper and the Safety Harbor route, and also the Dunedin connector. We want to save that for a more robust discussion about the services in Dunedin. And so we are looking at, again, the 444, the East Lake connector, 30, and the 58. I'll ask Heather in just a minute to go a brief overview of our targeted technical analysis, and then, again, ask Bob to come up, understanding that we have talked to operators, we've talked to the union about these things. We have talked to individual businesses along the routes, and we are going out to the public, and Bob will also.
Good morning. Good morning. Put this back up? Okay. Okay, as Cassandra mentioned, we'll go through a little bit of the technical analysis to finalize our recommendations. There was a link in your packet to a pretty large document, so the details of this analysis are in this document, and Clarissa has a few copies available if anyone would like a hard copy. That does show all the demographic analysis, ridership analysis, and onboard survey results. In 30, these are routes around for a very, very long time. They were actually, there was service on these corridors back when it was run by the St. Pete Municipal Transit. So very, very historically old routes, and also of note, historically low ridership. Currently, Route 1 is the 4th lowest performing, and Route 30 is the 6th lowest performing. The community bus plan recommended discontinuing Route 30, designing Route 1. We are making the same recommendation today with this new Route 22 that Cassandra described to continue service on 22nd Avenue North. These routes are primarily used for shopping and work trips, and also for people to make transfers to the main routes and frequent route service that routes 1 and 30 intersect. In between transfer points, there's between 2 riders a day using the routes.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, in between the transfer points, like Tyrone Square Mall and Gateway Mall, there are about 0 to 2 riders at most of the bus stops along the routes.
How are there between there?
I don't know the number, but we have stops within 1/8 of a mile, pretty much all along the corridor.
It's 4.
Discontinuing these routes, approximately 121,000.
It's East Panther.
Oh, those are in the route maps. Those are the time points.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But if you look in the maps in your packet, it will show every single bus stop.
The circles on the map, not stops.
Those are just some of the key locations we serve in the time points.
Oh, those aren't the stops, okay. Correct. Is that 2 people in 20 or?
It's really ons and off. So most stops between 0 and 2 trips are being taken at those stops, either people getting on or off. There are some locations in between, like where the route connects to the Route 74, to some of our higher performing routes, the Route 19, where there are more boardings at those because people are using it to transfer. But it's still relatively low compared to the rest of our system.
That resolve that question?
Well, it says, service provides, is it got any wheelchair trips? Because I see a wheelchair down there. Do you know about that, ADA?
All of our brochures just note that we are wheelchair accessible.
Talking about when we were counting the riders, were we counting ADA people on this route? Just a question.
It's just total ridership, yes. So
It wasn't counting abilities, whatnot,
not
no wheelchair.
specifically.
All right.
Okay,
Okay, so the financial implications of discontinuing Route 30 and redesigning Route 1, and this does include fare box implications, would be that we would save approximately $121,000 in net annual operating costs and standard bus. As I mentioned before, the route does intersect with numerous other high-frequency routes along the corridor for people who may be using it to make trips. And we do see that people are doing that because the stops for those routes have higher ridership for the Route 19 and the Route 4. Route 30 is the Route 38, which just runs on 38th Avenue North and about a half a mile away. And then this new Route 22 would also be about a half a mile away to continue to provide service to those communities. We'll discuss a little bit about the outreach we've done for each of the routes.
Good morning, Mr. Lasher.
Good morning, thank you. And by the way, if you're online and you St. Pete, zoom in on 1st or 30th, you'll see they will show you our stops. It'll come up as little bus stops so you can see the ones all in between. For this route in particular, we met with the city of St. Petersburg, and they asked if they could go and do the outreach to the neighborhoods along these two lines, and that was fine by us. In fact, I was just emailing back and forth with them to go out. Earlier this week, our and met with some of the businesses that would be affected along these two starting with Publix at the Northeast Shopping Center, and there was some concern there from their manager because they do have seniors who use the one in the 30 to get to the store. You've got a couple of nice shelters. Next door at Steinmart, the manager, he didn't seem to, and he has an employee that we spoke with who's a regular rider, and the employee said once in a while to get to Tyrone Square, but he regularly rides the 4, and this employee said, I've got plenty of ways to get to Tyrone Square. 4, which is his preferred method. Others said, okay, thanks, didn't care. Lady from Masonic Home was curious about the reroute, and I told her we were going to have more service on 22nd Avenue, and she thought, well, that's a good idea. And then Gladden Park Rec Center, the lady there, that was one of the other ones we're worried about. They're about 0.4 of a mile, 2,100 feet from the 19. She knew about well, that's better service anyway. I didn't have to tell her that. So the feedback we're getting right now, and of course we're eager to see what we get from the neighborhood associations and the groups that the city of St. Petersburg is to.
Okay, so just in summary, our recommendation that will be brought back to you all next month is that we discontinue the routes 1 and 30, implement this new service on 22nd Avenue North. And Cassandra already mentioned this, but we have a series of public workshops and a public hearing, and so on each route we've just listed the public workshop locations. Route 58 is the next route we'll discuss. This route has been around for about 20 years. It was originally implemented, 15 years. It was originally implemented to serve the ICOT Center and the Bay Vista developments and to provide service between them and St. Pete College, as well as the Seminole Mall. It's been a low performer. A few years after it was implemented, the route was redesigned to try to improve performance, and that really didn't, as today it is still the 8th lowest performing route. Actually recommended discontinuing this route in all, so even in the new revenue scenario, they said that this route should be discontinued. Some of that is because along Bryan Dairy Road, which is the section of the route that is only served by the 58, the other sections are served by other high-frequency routes. We are only getting between 0 and 3 boardings, ons and offs at almost all of the stops. There are a few locations along the corridor around 10 where the route shows other routes, and that's because people are using the route in some cases to transfer. St. Pete College has ridership about 31, so that's right at the stop list. So that is part of why we've made this recommendation to redesign the Route 18 just in a small segment so we can continue service to St. Pete College. And Bob will let you know what their thoughts were on that. By discontinuing this route and then making that small modification to Route 18, we'd save approximately $242,000 annually and one standard bus. With the Route 58 riders that are affected, they would have access to core frequent routes along the corridor. To make that east-west travel, they could core routes to transfer to Route 59, which runs along Ulmer. Has much longer hours of service and service 7 days a week.
Thank you. By the way, the notes I'm using is also a handout that you have today. For those of you who are in the planning committee, it's been updated. We're changing it almost every day with the outreach. This is an interesting one because we have heard from, and there's a gentleman who had to go back to work from Think Direct, and they're probably the ones that are going to be that we see may be impacted most. They say they have about employees who use the 58 to get to work. They are between Starkey and Belcher, almost midway on Bryan Dairy. But the stop date is a little lower than that, and the other thing is that most of them only take us one way. This service does not run often enough, late enough to take their employees both directions, so they say that they're to get to and from work. We've asked for, and they provide us a list of addresses that their riders are, their home addresses their riders are coming from. We don't want the names, so it's safe. Look at this, and maybe we can find some other alternate transportation. As we've gone through this, we found areas, and I'll talk more in some other scenarios, about like neighborly areas, some of the slack can help us out with it. And the city of Seminole and, of course, the SPC provost are really excited about, and I'm going to back this up, the little deviation off that 18 there. Because, and we haven't gone out with it yet, I don't want to get too many people's hopes up, but you're looking at more enhanced service. First time ever they'll have service at SPC that kids can get home from evening classes, actually adults too. And that will serve the library, the rec center, several multi-unit housing complexes, including the Seminole Gardens, which is huge, and of course SPC. So they're rather excited about it. The planning staff and city manager think this is kind of a neat idea. So if this moves forward the way we're going right now, then there'll be a lot of outreach, contacting the people along that deviation and letting them know they're going to have some pretty awesome bus service coming. Yes, ma'am.
Might I suggest that if there was a way to notify the citizens at Freedom Square directly behind the mall, that huge elderly or senior citizens that could very well be using our transit system if they knew it was coming that close.
And that's, we did reach out. In fact, they've been a good partner of ours for years. There's a Seminole stop right there. They've got much better services coming into that stop than the 58. We don't see a lot of use for the 58 there because they've got the 74, and I forget what the other one is that has much more frequent and later at the same stop.
And will the service also be available on the weekend? Because that was another issue with some of the student knowledge.
Yes, the 18 runs every day of the week.
Good,
It's one
thank
of our,
you.
It's robust and, I guess, second highest ridership route in the system. Yeah.
Okay, so again, recommendation will be to discontinue the Route 58 and make that modification to Route 18.
Commissioner Welch?
There was a business, the gentleman from Think Direct said another business was moving in. Have we talked with that business?
I have not. They're not there yet. It's still under, and it looks like they've got a little way, they call it Medmax? Matrix Medical. And we'll reach out and see what we can find with them.
Okay. Is that in the city?
It's right next door, literally to where Think Direct is. It's in the same complex, being built just to the west of where Think Direct is right now.
Okay.
It looks like an expansion of the current facilities.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Waving. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. We're not gauging vis-a-vis through the bus drivers or just on in our that there's any, or disseminating that there's any people in wheelchairs on these rides? Or are we just talking about riders?
This is the fixed route bus riders, so I'm sure there are people who, because we have several hundred a day throughout the county. But the on-off data doesn't specify whether it's a wheelchair, we just know that people are getting on and off.
No, I'm saying,
This will continue for all of these areas if we discontinue the
right, I'm just curious as to why we're not tracking that. We got a lot of veterans back home that's disabled. We got seniors aging in place. It's on every one of our flyers. I'm just curious, everyone would know. You have to put the ramp down and let them on, right? So I'm just curious why we didn't even, I'm not disputing your fact about people going off. I guess I'm convolvulated by not knowing if that have additional needs. I mean, I got a couple emails about someone having to take a wheelchair somewhere, so, I mean, are we looking at that? That's what I'm asking. I mean, I understand your rider numbers. What I'm talking about, are these people and people that can walk another 2 blocks to another route that's better service, or, I mean, are we looking at that?
I know, we should be able to pull the data, stop data from the as far as the wheelchair.
Oh, you can tell when they let it up and down? When they activate it?
Push a special button on the you can look that way, but if somebody is in an area and they're in a wheelchair, because DART service will continue in these areas, say the 58 goes away, and then they can't get to the normal route, say 62 or the 78 on the 78, no, whatever. 73, then they would qualify for DART.
Okay, I'm just saying, I mean, it's kind of, not having that information here, when we're voting on, we should discontinue this kind of, I mean, I understand your numbers, but I'm wondering, are these 2 people in wheelchairs? Are these 2 people that's 18 years old that can walk 5 blocks or half a mile? I mean,
we would know wheelchairs, but we wouldn't know.
Well, I'm more concerned with the ADA being the 50th anniversary.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Lasher, a email from a gentleman that lived long, 58, and I believe you actually went out and talked to him, and could you give a brief update as to that?
And actually, Chris Cochran, one of my colleagues in the planning department, went out and met with him, has been working with him. He will actually, because of the rerouting, the benefit of the much improved service. I mean, the 18 runs, I think, every 20 minutes throughout much of the day and then late at night. The issue with him is a crosswalk with 102nd Avenue, where the deviation is. Working with the county, they have fast-tracked that because that was his big issue. He did not, and it's not the greatest of crossings there, and they're going to redo that, so it should make it a lot easier for him as well. For him, this change would probably end up, once they finish that crosswalk, be much better.
Okay. Continue.
A lot of our wheelchair users have the scooters now as well, allowing them to travel perhaps a little longer distances. 444 has been around for 25 plus years in different incarnations. It's been a historically low performing service despite a number of modifications to try to serve new areas and to improve ridership. This map here shows some of why it takes multiple, to go one way you have to stop at Shops at Park Place I believe 3 times, stop at Walmart 2 times, so it's really long to ride from one, to take one trip around the route. Just something we talked about at the planning committee, the lower portion of this route serves community lakes. That's part of the Lellman community, and we'll discuss that a little bit more. Along route, most people are using this for shopping. There's actually a low level of transfer activities, so people are going directly from their residence to their destination, which in most cases is shopping. The highest ridership is at the Walmart and Lake Manor, where we have a little more than 30 people a day utilizing or boarding the buses. Along the rest of the route, in the mainlands area and up in the northwest portion, we have 0 to 2 average daily ridership. By discontinuing this route, we'd save approximately $145,000 in one small bus. Along the Route 444, most areas, particularly have some lower income populations, have access to Route, which, as we know, has very good service, Route 74 along Park Boulevard. So they are likely utilizing those services instead of Route 444. We also did survey riders of the routes, and on this one, it was 100% of the people surveyed said that they would still make their trip if they could. So they do have some other options. In most cases, that was carpooling, walking, or maybe or a private transportation service. We also found there was one assisted that receives weekly trips, group shopping trips by Neighborly Care Network to Walmart, so they're getting that service.
And for the outreach on this one, we have been talking to some of the areas. You might have seen a letter that Johnson got from a lady. She rides every day, and we're working with her. Her issue is she doesn't want to cross the US 19 crosswalk. So we went out there and looked at it, and it is a very safe crosswalk. This is my opinion from what I've seen as a rider, because there's not many right turns. Most of you can turn that people worry about, because drivers are not looking where they're going. They're looking at what's coming down the road. They don't have it there. She's got right now 52 seconds to cross the road, so we're seeing if more time would make it comfortable, because where she's going, it would save her a whole lot of travel time if she would just go out and take the 19. She lives right by, she's getting right on by the entrance of the mainland. So if she crosses and uses the US 19, it'll save her a lot of time in her travels, because she's heading south on that anyway. So we're working with her as far as that goes. We've done some other outreach. Our mobility manager, Ross Silvers, has been very helpful working with Neighborly Care. They are willing to more than double the trips they make to St. Giles Manor to help get shopping. Just found out about half an hour ago that they're now also willing to start running shopping trips to Crystal Lake, where they haven't been doing that before. They've been doing some meal services, but they haven't been running the shopping trips. So we're excited to see that. So we're getting some new partnerships and some new alternatives there. And that's where we are so far. I've also contacted, the Housing Authority wrote, but their on-off stop data is 0 today for this one. They were more concerned with the 74, which isn't going to be affected.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
So you touched on it, the Housing Authority, a big hoopla with that stop and cutting it. Are there still going to be service back there to get people back there, or they got to get off on Gandy and make a pilgrimage?
No, it'll stop, which is the one that when I spoke to them, and even in the letter they mentioned, that was not change, and it's not going to change. But on the 444, the data is 0 on-off average a day.
Okay. So the biggest thing was, people with kids navigating that Gandy to walk way back into that Housing Authority complex, and that's why we did that.
Right.
But they said no one's riding it.
And our stop data is showing an average of 0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Neighborly,
Yes.
that's a new development since the planning committee met. Is by which trips to Crystal Lakes Manor? What's the criteria they'll provide, and is there a cost to it?
Neighborly serves senior communities. It's free, but it has to be, you have to arrange, and I think the group is a minimum of 6 or 9. And they agree on a destination beforehand, and they run trips back and forth. Typically, will go once a week. They have agreed to go to St. Giles Manor twice a week. And they've been very flexible. They will come in and operate some shopping trips for these seniors, and it's free to the seniors.
I spent quite a bit of time on this as a planning committee, and I guess the one part that most concerns me, I agree with the general direction, but Crystal Lakes, I think there were 30 people there that used the route, and 62nd Avenue is in very bad shape. It's a ditch on one side, and so there's no real walkable way to get to 19, so that remains a concern. Neighborly, that certainly helps, but you said 100% of the folks had an alternative. Did that include folks at Crystal Lakes, any of those respondents?
Those were the ones that were surveyed on the days we went. If they weren't on the bus at that time, then they didn't necessarily get. A number of people did come to the track meeting, as Chairman Mann had indicated. people from Crystal Lakes did come out and talk to our Transit Riders Advisory Committee. They were very concerned about this service. And the planning department is looking at some other options. All of those options do have cost implications, some more than others. We're also working with the City of Pinellas Park and the county to look at maybe some other partnerships. So,
Is that a senior?
it's a 55.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, and I believe another concern that was raised in the planning committee about this route was its overlay with the newly created Lealman CRA. You know, saying that transportation infrastructure is a really important part of addressing how we fix poverty in CRA. And I'm not really sure exactly where we left off with that, other than that and the placing people a half a mile to a quarter mile away. Streets with no sidewalks got flagged as issues, the planning committee.
That's an excellent reason for the county to help us provide service in this area.
Well, we should and we will, but, you know, those CRA dollars are going to, and they're not next year or the year after that.
Right.
So. But still, if we're going to take away the service, there needs to be at least a safe walkway, and 60 seconds is just not safe to walk.
Yeah, I actually spoke with county staff, and my understanding is that was on the penny list at one point, but with cost overruns of other projects, it got pushed off, I guess. So.
STP, you like roads.
That, you know, the STP funding and the transportation alternatives funding, those lists are very, very, very long, with 10-year-olds still waiting, so.
I don't see it. Continue that.
Okay. Recommendation is to discontinue the Route 444. We do have a public workshop at the Pinellas Park Library and are looking forward to hearing from the community at that. And then also to continue to work with the county, and they have asked us to be at the table as part of the CRA. We'll do that, and with Pinellas Park. The East Lake Connector list for today is the second lowest performing route. It was created just a couple of months before the bus plan was done, so that was not part of the bus plan. We are today, however, recommending that route be discontinued. Along the East Lake, we have very low ridership on most portions. We actually have zero people utilizing the bus stop. We do have some people riding to the YMCA and to shopping locations at two places on the corridor. By discontinuing this route, we'd save approximately $422,000 in 2 of our cutaway buses. We may also see an increase in East Lake Shuttle ridership, and I'll describe that. The East Lake Shuttle is a service we offer for people who live in the East Lake community. It's a taxi cab type service through our DART provider or wheelchair van that will pick up residents at their home and bring them to the shops at Boot Ranch to transfer to our Route 62 or to the Old DeMar Connector. So that is an option that's available, and so should the decision be made to discontinue the East Lake Connector, we will do more advertising of that service with the community. Most people along this route do have the option, which is why we likely have lower ridership. 96 to 100% of the households have at least one vehicle. So most people said that they would either drive, carpool, bike, or walk if this service was not available. And then, as we mentioned before, there are some of these nonprofit organizations available that can be used for shopping trips, for medical trips, and some of those life needs.
This one's unusual because of that East Lake shuttle service that Heather was just talking about that we can offer to most of them. Some of the feedback I've gotten is people just prefer the current connector service to that shuttle service, which is a cab service. We've been reaching out. Don Ewing helped us tremendously with the Council of Norris County we were putting this together, and if, a lot of you may not, I guess you weren't here when we were doing this in 2011, 2012, we did a big outreach in North County for the 3 connector routes, and we went out to everyone that would have us in, every group, and asked them, where do you want to go? What do you need? When would you ride? What do you want out of the service, including, would you mind a bus coming into your neighborhood, one of the smaller buses? The biggest response we got was along the East Lake Connector. It was in the East Lake area. They want the service. Unfortunately, they're just not riding it. And we're seeing that by the number. We've also contacted some of the groups up in Tarpon Springs. They haven't said much about it. They said, all right, we'll spread the word out, but mostly they're disappointed, well, we don't have the service. They want to know, will they still have DART service? Yes, that's what is important to them. And we are as far as that goes right now. And we're still getting some feedback in the way of emails and letters coming in from some of the, and they like, the riders who are on it like it. And so do some of the residents, but we're not.
Bob, in that, if I may, some of those people that have sent in emails and have talked about they love this route, and they seem to hate the Connect shuttle service. Can we have staff go back out and talk about what they dislike about the East Lake shuttle, and maybe try to work it from both ends?
Actually, the one lady, absolutely. One lady, we got an email from you yesterday. She didn't like the fact that she had to make the reservation by 5 o'clock the day before. It's not as convenient. It's not running as often. Whereas the East Lake Connector, if they have a deviation to come pick them up 2 hours in advance. So it's a little more onerous, but they still have service. That's what I've heard so far. But the others, we will actually follow up with.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, and the folks that you talked to out there, were they daily riders? Were they once-a-week riders? Were they, I just get a sense of that, the folks that are utilizing.
The ones I've heard from so far are occasional riders. Going to Ridgemore to do shop IMCA, and then we're also working with our booking agents in the connector. And this one tends to be people who are booking the deviation as opposed to on-demand riders. And we can get all kinds of information, talk to them and let them know. But this is also one of the nice things about having that East Lake shuttle. It may be a little more effort, but it's to pick them up where they need to be picked up. They're not going to have as much flexibility as far as destinations. They're going to be taken to PSDA's other routes, the routes at our transfer center, as opposed to wherever they're going to need to go in East Lake.
And that savings that you're talking about, that's a 5-day-a-week service right now?
Yes. I don't remember the number.
Well,
You got it.
It says here
420.
So I'm assuming that if they just did 1 day a week to provide that alternative for folks to get out and do things, 20% of that? Or are we talking, we're not talking about the capital and the cutaway bus part, but just the operating part? I mean, I don't know, I'm just asking. Could somebody look at that?
That's
maybe?
one I can't answer. I'm not the finance person, but I understand your logic.
Yeah, let's ask if that and see what that would be.
Sure. In theory, if you did 1 day, yes, you cut the hours by 80%. It creates other issues, and you would not retain 20% of the ridership that way either, because there are people who rely on it every day. They're going to take it every day, or they're going to every day. And so if you provide it 1 day a week, it may not yield the results that you're looking for.
I understand. That's why I was wondering about the nature of the riders and what they're looking for.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You got a thing here on the East Lake Shuttle. The shuttle fares are the same as the regular PSTA cash fares. The PSTA Go cards are not accepted on the shuttle. You'll be required to pay the appropriate fare on boarding, I guess, Route 62.
Correct. $2 a one-way trip.
So it's $2 to get in the cab to go one way,
Go to the shops at Boot Ranch.
and when they go to the boot ranch, they can get on. There's no, you have to pay cash, and then cars are not,
Correct,
they accept it on the bus.
correct, 'cause
They
it's,
can use
it's
a
a
go-kart on 62, but not on the,
And that's because the shuttle does not have the fare box, the scan cards.
yes, it's a contracted taxi service.
It, maybe that's another thing that we can think.
is this, left?
Actually, it's done through the same as our DART providers. So it'd be yellow.
I know the rationale was the amount of people enough trying to contribute to the system, but they don't use it. And I know that's what the Connected was all about. That's why I asked, it's still $2 when they get in the car now to go to the, before $4 they wanted to go shopping and go back. All right.
And to provide residents in the East Lake area an opportunity to discuss this with us, we are having one of the workshops at.
How late is the, I guess the shuttles or the cabs, how late do they go from that area? I guess the place shuts down at 9, the mall or whatever, or the stores?
It'll run as late, same hours as the 62, so that people can link up with the 62.
Commissioner Holmes had a question.
Thank you. You mentioned some of these routes have been around for 15 and 20 years. How long has the ridership been so low on these that you're talking about terminating? Is this a recent event? Has this been the case for years?
I look back at some of our data from the late 90s, and they were all 5 lowest performing routes. Well, not all, because East Lake Connector, or the 4 others were the lowest performing routes back then. And we have, over the years, either tried to make modifications to them to serve new areas and try to increase that ridership, or to cut them. And in 2008, there were significant service reductions across the system, and these routes all did have service reductions in 2008. Some of them were recommended for discontinuation at that time, but the opted to just reduce service instead of discontinue the routes.
Mr. Johnny?
Yeah, I have to leave because I have a 12:30 appointment, but I just wanted to commend you. I'm very impressed with the work you're doing and the process that you're going through. I think the criteria identified to think through these routes in terms of whether to eliminate them or reduce service is the right idea. And I also think that you're making an effort to reach out to the public, and so I just wanted to thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Other questions? This is an information item that we will be making the decision in
August, yes.
And you're going to summarize the outreach. Yeah.
Yes. So the public workshop locations are listed. One of them is here at the board meeting immediately following our track meeting. So this page as well. We have a public hearing which will happen at the board meeting on August 26th. And then we're also presenting to the MPO's local coordinating board in August and the MPO Citizens Advisory Committee, just to reach out to other citizen groups. We have a typo?
Council, I have trouble saying.
This, just as you look at this,
I think in PSTA we're all commissioners. I also wanted to thank you for your hard work on this. And one of the things that I'd asked for at the planning committee that I think would be really helpful is to know which of these routes were on the chopping block or on the bubble in 2008, because I think it helps communicate to the public that, I mean, these are really tough decisions. No one relishes cutting service. It's not like we're just looking at a chart and saying, oh, okay, the 5 bottom performing routes, okay, let's cut. We have looked at this in great detail, and I think it's helpful if the public knows that some of these routes, low-performing routes, have come close to being on the chopping block before, and that I believe with Route 30, we decided to save it and preserve like an afternoon and morning workforce stop, but when it goes back like that, you're guaranteed to continue a low-performing route. So we've been able to continue some of these routes high as long as we can, but now the time has come where we really just have to make some tough decisions. But it would be helpful to know what those routes were that were sort of on the bubble before, and show that, you know, I think it helps provide some context that we're just not arbitrarily cutting routes.
Mr. Chair, can I make a slight correction? The last meeting, on August 18th, and this was after the planning committee, we got some feedback from the track group. We bumped that back to 5:30 to 7:30. So it's not going to be 6:30 to 8:30. It's going to be a little earlier, 5:30 to 7:30. Just wanted to make sure I pointed that out. So.
And that was because we don't run buses after 7:30.
More of them earlier. There'll still be service here, but track thought it would be a little more convenient if we bumped it just a little bit earlier, which is fine by us.
I think I saw a hand to my left, Commissioner Long.
I just wanted to recall that when we have these kind of important presentations and information to our writers, we somehow workshop it instead of having it at the very end of our meetings. This meeting today was scheduled to end at noon, and a lot of people that were here have left because we all schedule our around what time meetings are supposed to end. And this is really important subject matter that now that we have it in front of us, I'm sure we're going to have maybe more thoughts or more questions about it. And again, not to reiterate what's already been said, but it's very obvious that a lot of these routes that we're talking about have had ridership for a very long time. And I certainly can't speak for other boards, but we need to do our due diligence, as difficult as it is, to ensure that we're getting the best service to the most people in the most efficient. So, thank you.
Yeah, I want it to be noticed also, these routes that we're discontinuing, like the 444, was at the request of those organizations. St. Pete Housing moved out of Grand Rogel and built out across. So now the people that are servicing got to cross a 6-lane superhighway to try to get back into a cul-de-sac with no sidewalks to go try to get housing services. So some of that stuff is weird, but at the same time, I don't think we ever turned down a request. Could we get a bus there? We're like, yeah, you can get a bus there, and they just stuck, and they stuck for years. But now as you look back at the service, you know, it's going to require people probably to be more efficient in walking or rolling or whatever they're doing to get where they need.
Mayor Beavis?
Yeah, just real quick, I want to agree with, I think, Commissioner Long and Commissioner Rice. I think that us as a board would be well prepared if we knew, as you said, the duration of how long these have been, so that, as you said, they're not just a knee-jerk reaction. And we as a board, we can talk to people when we get emails and say, look, we've been reviewing this. I also want to commend you for your due diligence on, we continue to talk about today, when we were talking about the tax and things and cutting, but we are cutting routes, but we're also fixing some of the routes. You were talking about the ones at St. Pete College. So, I mean, ultimately, we're trying to provide the best service to the most people, but I think cutting routes, we may be cutting parts of it, but, you know, I think, I would venture to say that a lot of people don't realize that they could probably get better service if they just investigated other routes that might be available to them. Creatures of habit, they just continue to ride whatever bus it is, and if they just investigate a little bit, they might find that they could get better service. So, thanks for your efforts. And
so you have it, because in 2008, the 444 and the 58, those were the, for sure, were recommended for elimination.
Correct. Okay.
I just got to ask, as you get to the or council districts, whatever, and you have your hearings, just, you know, if you would communicate with my AA so I can be there.
Absolutely.
For those public hearings. That's just my ask. Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can tie this up. do to schedule a workshop prior to the board meeting in August where these will be discussed. It could be an optional workshop for somebody, whoever wants to come, but it would be a publicly noticed workshop.
Well, I'm hoping to understand, are you doing these in different areas, public hearings?
The upcoming workshops we've got one in East Library, the
Right.
Hills Park Library, and then one here.
I'm talking about the request that Commissioner Long made to have, to not put these at the end of the meeting. Of course, we never know how long comments are going to go, and we do ask that each of you, comments, and so it doesn't go on and on, but sometimes, it's hard for me to say no to a board who really has something that they want to say. So, but do you want to have an opportunity or a potentially scheduled workshop? Commissioner Welch.
I think going forward, that's a great idea. I think we've had the workshop today.
Yeah, we did.
Going forward.
What, you talking about this particular one, a workshop? Because we kind of just turned this into a workshop, but going forward, I
Other
think it's
critical
great.
issues like this.
I agree.
Right, that's what I was saying.
I'm seeing heads, so thank you. I just wanted to make sure we closed out the request.
See, there again, a lot of this too, maybe was handled in planning committee, and all of us planning committee, so.
Any other questions, comments on this information item?
Just quickly, when we bring back the information about the previous looks at these routes, can you bring back the actual cuts that we implemented as well? Just to give us some perspective.
This should be the toughest phase we have to go through.
Is that a promise?
It's a hope.
Well, the purpose of our organization is to serve the people of Pinellas County, and some of these do depend on us for their freedom, their access to outside of their homes. So this is really important to consider and to discuss thoroughly, and I thank you for all of your questions, your continued interest in this.
May I ask one other question, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
So thinking back to the 30 and commission, that was one that was on the table before. We had folks come to the meeting and say, route, I can't get to work. So thinking about the route cuts that we have proposed, do we have folks on those routes providing information to folks to talk about alternatives, as Mayor Beavis said?
Yes.
Are we doing that on the buses? This route is going away, here are your alternatives?
We actually do that in two different.
Okay.
So we've done that at the beginning, talking to the survey and how they're using it, so we can figure out what the alternatives might be on at them as individuals. We'll then go through this public workshop phase, which would be more of a general phase for people to come out, and then once it's made about what the board's choice is on some of these routes, we will send people out. We do this regularly as ambassadors and talk to people on the routes.
buses.
We also have meetings scheduled with the supervisors, who will then make sure that the operators have the correct information, and so they'll also be informed what is happening with the routes, as well as the customer service representatives. So we try to cover all bases, yeah.
Thank you.
Do we actually have, thank you, Mr. Chair, do we actually have a brochure that the drivers can hand to the people as they get on the bus, or something of that nature, so that they're physically noticed even if they don't come to a meeting?
Once the decision is made, yes.
Yes.
At this point, we're gathering
Okay.
information and talking to people, but we will have brochures once the decision is made.
Okay,
I have
thank you very much.
Question, Mr. Chair, last question. This, with these routes that we're discontinuing, the capital investment for shelters that have been put along those routes that we're not, is there any way to reuse some of that stuff in areas that don't have covered shelters that we're gonna continue to service?
Yes, we do have a repurposing program as part of our shelter deployment.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of saving. I know you can't move the concrete, but I think the aluminum shelters, they bolt down and you can, I don't know, that's why I was asking, because we
Yeah,
do have
that-
some areas
We
I
can
see
get into
people-
that a little bit more about, the details of where those shelters go and where they can go and permits and things like that later, but yes,
Okay.
in the short answer is yes.
Yeah, just went down the radar, because I see people sitting, on the curb
We are
in the
losing
rain.
people. We have two other items on the agenda. One is the performance reports and updates. If you have questions, I would suggest you ask them to Bradford. The other item is the future meeting subjects, which are listed in your agenda package. With that, are there other business to come before the board? If not, let's proceed to closing comments. It's not, that was an information item. We're not expecting comments. At this time, there is a public hearing. If you want to catch word as we're leaving today, please do so. Send us an email. Thank you. Commissioner Gerard? Commissioner Beavis?
Got to toot our own horn in Oldsmar. Was in the Tampa Bay Times today. They listed the 20 best places to start a business in the Tampa Bay area, and Oldsmar was listed as number one.
I saw that.
And I did I posted it and hashtagged Mayor Buckhorn, just because he was at number one. Very good. That's all, thank you.
Commissioner
Yes, this was a little bit more contentious than normal, but I think we got a lot accomplished. It is important that we keep our fiduciary responsibility to PSTA, to the citizens of Pinellas County, and I'm glad we were able to express our ideas, but ultimately make the decisions that are necessary in order to keep the buses running and keep PSTA solid. So I think we had a great final result out of that. Thank you.
Commissioner Welch?
Just thank the board and staff and the community for a great meeting. I do want to emphasize that we follow up on the issues we talked about from the very beginning of the meeting, including our procedures for if the CEO is out,
Succession.
the person is, and including our procedures for the recording of those events. I don't want to lose. So I think it's a good meeting. Looking forward to the work ahead.
Thank you. Commissioner Holt? Commissioner Rice?
Thanks.
Yes, all I have is accommodations. We have 27 employees that receive accommodations in June, 25 bus operators, 1 customer service rep, and our lovely receptionist. And I'm just going to read the names off of the drivers. Isaiah Abrams, Angela Baker, Jane Buckley, Jessica Cosme, Patricia Davison, Yolanda Gibson, Jeffrey Grisby. He had 3 accommodations. Alonzo Jennings, Claudison Jocelyn, Melvin Kennedy, Rodney Key, Stacy Knowles, Jermaine Melville, 2 accommodations. Reginald Nix, Ron Orzvisky, Lucy Preston, Robert Rodriguez, Steve Rystrom, Johnny Sprackley, Michael Whitehead, John Weldon, Weedman, Anita Williams, Kenny Williams, Chris Villanova. The customer service rep was Erlinta DeBow, and the receptionist was Adriana Rodriguez. I want to thank you guys for all you do for the customers that we service and the end users. They rely on you day in and day out to get from A to B, and I appreciate everything you do for the citizens of this county. Thank you.
Commissioner Wong?
I have nothing, thank you.
All right. I would remind members of the board that our CEO's annual performance rating worksheets have been sent, and they're due back by July 31st. I want to apologize in advance. My administrative assistant can be a bit of a pest in ensuring these are returned, so be forewarned. It is very important that we get these back, as the Personnel Committee will be meeting on August 7th to review the board meeting. In closing comments, I heard David Donning from the CBB speak last night about going to a destination association convention meeting of some kind, and he mentioned that there are two most important elements to a DMO. I guess that's a destination something or other. And those two key success factors for the nation, one is transportation, and the second is involvement at that destination. And thinking about when I travel, I depend on public transportation because vacation, I don't want to get lost, and I want to reach the destination safely and in a comfortable manner. And I was in Portland over the weekend, other side of the country, Philadelphia over the weekend, where the Phillies won, and was using the airport rail connection all up there in the subway. And in closing, thank you for your support in the update of the PSTA mission. I thought that was very important that we did that, and I thank you for that. And with that, we are adjourned.
was recorded without his knowledge. And that's a third-degree felony in Florida. Same about expectation of privacy. If I was, you and I were at your office, at the county center, all your papers, I can look at your papers.
Yeah,
and
so when my purse, I didn't even know you,
But
you know, you had to go in your
I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you. I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard?
Gone again. And Commissioner, slide 7 and 8, I was looking at the anticipated revenues past 2016 and
And, I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you.
Gerard?
oh, it's gone again. And Commissioner, slide 7 and 8, I was looking at the anticipated past 2016, and they're pretty much flat. Are we not anticipating any property tax increase?
The property tax increase is on the second line. It's line 2, and we are seeing property tax increases.
Okay, I'm looking at
Yes.
operating revenue then. So, does that include a fair increase?
That does not, that includes a fair increase that we're going to be proposing this year.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Newton?
On the same slide, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
did they do an alternative, like the two you have in the red, that's the anticipation of STP bus funding from MPO, correct?
Well, that would, actually, the STP would allow us to be able to fund our bus purchases beyond 2020.
Right, but I'm saying with,
And without it,
right, is there a without it slide? 'Cause,
well,
I mean,
the without it slide, this is just the operating picture.
right,
So the operating picture is showing deficits. At approximately buying 15 buses a year, which would be for a sustainable bus plan, it would be approximately $8 million a year that there would be a shortfall. We get 5307, it's called 5307 money from FTA, that we have dedicated to those bus purchases between now and 2021. In 2021, we only have about $1.5 million that we've put towards bus purchases.
I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you.
Um, Commissioner Gerard?
And, I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you.
Um,
And, I'm supportive of going with the 7. For
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you. you know, I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for advertising. Thank you.
Commissioner,
And, you know, I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for advertising. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard?
Oh, it's gone again. And Commissioner, slide 7 and 8, I was looking at the anticipated revenues past 2016, and they're pretty much flat. Are we not anticipating any property tax increase?
The property tax increase is on the second line. It's line 2, and we are anticipating property tax increases.
Okay, I'm looking at operating revenue then. So, does that include a fair increase?
That does not, that includes a fair increase that we're going to be proposing this year.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Newton?
Slide, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Did they do an alternative, like the two you have in the red, that's the anticipated STP bus funding from MPO, correct?
Well, that would be, actually, the STP would allow us to be able to fund our bus purchasing.
Right, what I'm saying with...
And without it...
right, is there a without it slide?
Without it slide, this is just the operating picture.
Right.
So the operating picture is showing deficits. At approximately buying 50 buses a year, which would be for a sustainable bus plan, it would be approximately $8 million a year that there would be a shortfall. We get 5307, it's called 5307 money from FTA, that we have dedicated towards those bus purchases between now and 2021. In 2021, we only have $1.5 billion that we've put towards bus purchases because we're pushing other needed projects. Future. We can always evaluate at that time, but we certainly won't have $8 million available to buy buses.
Well, on that slide, what I was getting at, that was a 5-year outlook, correct?
Correct.
So what I'm saying is a scenario where it would show if we didn't get that, because we're just talking, we're not even on the list yet. I'm just saying, if we didn't get that funding, what would it look like? Would it be, I guess, worse than that, because you still have a huge capital?
And, you know, I'm supportive of going with this 7.5 for advertising. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard?
And Commissioner, slide 7 and 8, I was looking at the anticipated revenues past 2016, and they're pretty much flat. Are we not anticipating any increase?
The pro-
And, I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for
Thank you.
advertising.
Commissioner Gerard?
Oh, it's gone again. And Commissioner, slide 7 and 8, I was looking at the anticipated revenues past 2016, and they're pretty much flat. Are we not anticipating any property tax increase?
I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for
Thank you.
advertising. And, I'm supportive of going with the 7. $5 for
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard?
Oh, it's gone again. In Commissioner, slide 7 and 8, I was looking at the anticipated revenues past 26. They're pretty much flat.
And, I'm supportive of going with the 7.5. For
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you. And, I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard?
Oh, it's gone again. Slide 7 and 8, I was looking at the anticipated revenues past 2016, and they're flat. Are we not anticipating a pre-tax increase?
The property tax increase is on the second line. It's line 2, and we are anticipating property increases.
Okay, I'm looking at
Yes.
operating revenue.
I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard?
Oh, it's gone again. Um,
And, I'm supportive of going with the 7.5 for
Thank you.
advertising. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard?
Oh, it's gone again. And Commissioner, slide 7 and 8, looking at the anticipated revenues past 2016, and they're pretty much flat. Are we not anticipating any property tax increase?
The property tax increase is on the second line. It's line 2, and we are anticipating property tax increases.
Okay, I'm looking at
Yes.
operating revenue. Does that include a fair increase?
That does not, that includes a fair increase we're going to be proposing this year.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Newton?
And, I'm supportive.
Dave.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Again, if, folks would say
I'm supportive of for advertising.